Okay. Hello everybody and welcome to live coverage of the 13th World University Chess Championships taking place here in Katowice, Poland. I'm absolutely delighted to be here and I'm delighted to be joined by a local grandmaster, a very nice guy, that's always nice, and somebody who's going to help me go through all the action. Marcin Tazbien.
Yeah,
it's okay. My Polish, like excuse my Polish, ladies and gentlemen, it's not quite.
My English is also not so good.
Your English is fine.
Good enough.
It really is a fantastic tournament, and I think before we even start, I only arrived yesterday, Marcin, but I would like to give thanks to the organisation because it's absolutely wonderful. It's the most advanced World University Chess Championships to have ever take place. We have webcam, we have commentary. It's just a perfect event. What are your thoughts on the?
Of course, this organizer I know very well. He organized the Polish Championship, Academic Championship, and he's really doing his job very good, very well. And yeah, I'm also very satisfied with the atmosphere, and the volunteers are really helpful and so on. So it's really perfect.
And let's face it, this is a very, very strong tournament. Without a doubt, the strongest World University Chess Championships ever. 14 Grandmasters are taking part in the men's section, with 5 international masters. That's already a very strong tournament.
It goes without saying, yeah.
Absolutely, and in the women's section we have 3 women grandmasters, 1 international master, and 8 women international masters. So it's a really serious tournament, and I think there's a lot of pride on the line. I think these guys are really going to be fighting hard to become World University Chess Champion. This is the 13th time this tournament is taking place. Last year was in Kazan.
Yeah, it was a university.
It
2 years ago it was
a university
in Portugal, in Guimarães.
In Guimarães, and before that it was in Shenzhen.
Yeah,
it's been all over the world, and it's amazing to see, Marcin, the number of countries participating. From Japan, Fiji, Mexico.
Yeah, the longest distance, we have checked it yesterday, the longest distance that players had to come here, it was more than 10,000 kilometers from Mexico, so it's really
amazing.
It's amazing. I don't know how much time would it take to get there.
A long time.
Yeah. Let's say so.
You can't walk it. Let's put it like that. Or you could do, but you'd have to leave
and swim.
You could swim.
Well.
Yeah, you'd have to be a very good swimmer.
And stubborn.
Absolutely, and we're in for a great tournament. Now the games have kicked off. We will go there in a minute, but just to give everybody at home a bit of background information as to the format of the tournament. The time control is 1.5 hours for all your moves, plus 30 seconds per move. So they get a bonus of 30 seconds. Now, theoretically, that means that a game can go on forever.
It doesn't really matter.
Only theoretically.
Theoretically, yeah.
No, but it's normally the games will finish in 3 to 4 hours. That's pretty logical.
Up to 5, yeah.
Up to 5, even 5 on in some terrible rook
today,
ending that you have
not
to.
Today, probably. But
not today, probably. But that's the time. And there are 9 rounds. Tomorrow started. Should we go there immediately?
I think so, yeah. Should be a good idea.
Where would you like to go first?
With the women's section, I think.
The women's section.
Ladies first.
Ladies first. I like it. So we've got this game on board 1. We can see a webcam there.
Yep.
Yes.
Some problems with the mouse?
No.
Really?
Ooh. The mouse is... Okay, no problem. The women's section. Now, I understand on board 1, Marcin.
The Polish representative is playing.
Yes, we have on board one. Now, you told me we have to call her Ola. Ola, Ola.
Yeah, yeah. It's abbreviation of her name.
Ola, Ola.
Alexandra.
Alexandra. Yes.
C4, C5.
And what we'll do is we'll get that game up for the moment. Actually, let's get the webcam shot. It's really nice. Let's get the webcam shot. Okay. We can see there, that's a webcam shot, I believe, of the men's section. We can see there in the picture, I can see Mr. Andrasian, no less, who is from Armenia, one of the strongest players in this tournament.
He's lucky he's got white.
Yeah, he's playing white today. And in the first round, if we go through the pairings in a moment, we will see that this is not an easy first round at all. Let's just go through the pairings, if we can, while we look at this webcam. Okay, let's go through the pairings here in a moment. Amazing to see, Marcin, that we have so many strong players. There are more than 2,600 plus players. It's just unbelievable.
2 years ago, only one player had such a rating.
Yes. And we can see in the men's section there, we have on board one, Shugirov, one of the biggest talents in Russia, still very young.
He
and
kicked off with the Naidorf.
Yes.
Defense.
You want to go to the men's first? Okay.
Oh, okay, let's start with men.
We can.
If we are talking about them, let's do it like that.
Okay. We can see there on the board. It looks like a Naidorf. Quite amazing that we've got this coverage for a World University Championship. We've got Shugirov on board one. We've got on board two. We'll go there in a second. We're just sorting something out, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with us. In fact, I think we should go to the women's section first. I think that's the right thing to do. And we've got, here we go.
So
We've got Ding Yixing. Let's bring the board up if we can, producer of this game. Okay, so the board is on the screen. Okay, very good. So it looks as though everybody can see that. And we have a typical variation of what looks like a Khan Taimanov
I think so.
position, been seen many times before. And in this position, Marcin, what is White's main plan here?
I know black plans, of course. It is connected as always in the Sicilian to play on the queen side.
Yes.
And for white is to attack a king, but I don't know how will Ola play, because she can choose two plans actually to play now c4 and then knight c3, and just not to allow black to develop on the queen side.
Yes.
And the second plan is connected with knight c3 and then play f4, e5, something like that, and some breaks in the center.
Yeah, so c4 and...
Knight c3, yes.
Let's
and then
take that away. Take
knight on
knight c3,
goes there, and then play, for example, b3, bishop e3, and just... And even if without b3, you can try to play b4, a4, and just to attack on the queen side.
Yeah. Now that's certainly one plan. I actually played very recently this position against Alexander Delchev, and I played the move knight c3, which is, of course, perfectly normal as well.
But it's connected to totally different plans.
Yeah, actually knight c3 is different. You're looking to expand with f4 rather than to occupy the center. And this can get very, very interesting. So let's see actually what she did. She actually played...
Bishops.
Oh, she's played something a bit strange.
Yep.
She played f4.
F4. I don't like this move, must tell you.
f4 straight away.
I don't like it because the knight can be pinned already, and it was in the game.
Yes.
Bishop c5, c3.
Bishop c5.
I don't
And-
like move f4. I think
feels a bit
it's major. Not
feels a bit loose, right? Because now the knight is pinned.
still nothing happens. Nothing really serious, but still I think
It's not the end of the world.
yeah, not yet. But
Not
I
yet.
like bishop e3 much more. If you want to play c4, yeah, you should start with bishop e3
Instead of a c3.
Yeah, no, instead of f4.
Ah,
F4 is already, I think, a little mistake.
Right.
Start with bishop e3 and then play c4, knight c3. I
Bishop
think
E3.
it would be much better. Just to wait for the bishop. Where does he go? The black
Yes.
bishop. On e7 and then d6. Maybe then I will play c4 and f4. It depends. What do I want with white? But f4 is...
f4 is too much. Yes.
I think it's a mistake. I'm not sure, of course. Maybe it's a theory, but
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I haven't
either.
seen this before. I must say.
Knight
so.
c3 or bishop e3 and then c4. It's they're the main
Yes.
plans.
Okay, let's go to the next game in this
Women's
championship. In the women's championship, we've got on board 2, and excuse the pronunciation, Munguntul Bathuyag. That's about as good as my pronunciation is
So
going to get.
I will try the black. Georgian Maria.
Ah, that's a bit more.
Yeah,
it's a bit more
easier.
Slavic. It's kind of closer to home.
Yeah.
A huge rating difference here. And what have we got? We've got a Petrov.
Petrov defense.
Petrov defense, and with knight c3.
I don't think that opening knights with knight c3 gives any chance to play on win. But I think the player who plays with white doesn't want to make an argument in an opening in variations. Just let it play and then check what the opponent is doing. I was playing once against weaker player and I played knight c3, and I must tell you that it's very difficult to obtain any advantage in that line, even against weaker players. So I think that it's a good choice to play in the first round, especially if you are playing against much better player, much stronger. It's not a bad idea.
We get a typical line where both sides castle on the opposite flanks. This is very normal for this variation. Sometimes black castles queenside as well in some lines, but
I think in this line it's a good idea to castle to the opposite flanks.
knight
And
e5.
the thing is, there is a saying that if the kings are castled oppositely,
Yes.
you should attack them. But here you don't have such an opportunity actually, because there
No.
are plenty of pawns here, and you cannot move them straight forward. At 95, I think black wants just to play knight g4, maybe, or maybe just to. Of course, white will play knight d4. I'm sure about it, because taking, I think, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, taking not, but I'm wondering if this is all theoretical, and I'm wondering if this move h4 is actually a move. Looks crazy to allow this structure, but I've seen something similar
The g5 will
with
go-
bishop
would be open.
g5, and I've seen something like this before, but I'm not entirely.
I'm not really. I think that after h4 I can play bishop g4, bishop e2, take
Yeah.
on a3, gf, and then play bishop h5, for example.
Yes.
Just to put it, and
Yeah.
bishop on f6 and just wait.
No, that's possible. Let's put that on the board. So h4, bishop g4, bishop e2, takes. Ah, but maybe I'll take this way, yeah?
Okay, so I'll take also with a bishop.
Yeah,
Or play knight queen d7 is also possible.
okay.
Am I right? Or I'll take on b7 and
Maybe
then, so maybe queen c8,
queen c8.
just to put the queen on the better place, and I will wait to take it. White
Yeah,
can
it's
have
little
a
something,
slight
yeah.
advantage, really.
Not much though, really. But it never is in this Petrov. So,
Especially with knight c3. Yeah.
yeah, especially with knight c3. So that's an interesting game. On board 3, we have the Mexican player Yvette Garcia Morales playing against Zhang, and we have a Fianchetto, King's Indian, with bishop f5. Now this isn't the main move here. Moves like rook to b8 or a6.
Or also, I think the same idea.
Yes.
They're playing b5, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Those are the main moves here. But bishop f5 I've looked at some time ago. It's quite an interesting move. It isn't as forcing as these lines in the pano where there is madness that takes place.
And of course, black doesn't want to have
Right. Black
such variations, forced variations.
Yes.
You just want to play some games against weaker player.
Right. It's about being practical, isn't it? You play a move that is not so common. You play a game and you expect to beat the weaker player. So that's it. That's interesting there.
It's only the
Still in the opening.
yeah. Still
Let's check out the men's section if we can for a moment, Marcin, because it's amazing the strength of this. I'll just bring up the top board actually, because the top board is Sanan. We need some moves for. Let's see if
uploaded.
let's.
We have to upload.
We have to. Okay, let's have a look at the.
Download them.
Let's have a look at the moves in this game between Roger Glure. I don't know who he is. Do you know him?
Not really.
No.
I think he's Swiss, but nothing more. I can tell you.
He's Swiss. Okay. We're just gonna get those games for you there. Tell me, Marcin, while we have our very good technical team who have worked very hard for this event, tell me, did you ever play in a World University Championships, chess championships?
Yeah, I was taking part of it 2 years ago in Gimaresh, and I even won a bronze medal individual. And our team won the silver medal. Also, the second person from our team, Krzysztof Bulski, also grandmaster, won the second place. Bu Xiangzi won this tournament with 8 from 9, I think, 2 years ago, and then me and Krzysztof had 6.5. So he was really above
Another
the
level,
shoulders,
yeah.
another level. So.
Well, he's a very good player, isn't he? And let's face it, what is his rating now? 2740, something.
Maybe
like?
we know.
Yeah, well, Bu Zhangji, if you haven't seen, ladies and gentlemen, he kind of went quiet. Many years ago, he was one of the youngest ever grandmasters, a huge talent from China. Then he got to a level, went quiet, and then recently has just been winning some tournaments, amazing scores, and he's put a lot of points on his elo. So I think we'll see a lot more of Bu Zhangji. But in the meantime, let's have a look at Mr. Roger Glure versus Sanan Shugirov, the Russian star, rated 2660, more or less. It's a huge rating, yeah. Very young, obviously a very talented player, is looking for a game today, and we have a Najdorf variation, very, very well known, and G3.
Very calm answer for Najdorf. Well, there are plenty of other plans with bishop g5, bishop c4, f4. You can play everything.
Everything, yeah.
Every move, even with AR-H pawns, h4, h3 also are playable. So many moves have to be prepared by black to play this line, but it's the most common.
It's the most common Sicilian. And your hero here in Poland, Mr. Wojciech, is maybe the world's leading expert in one.
Although he lost the game on the Olympiad against Topalov in that opening, but still.
But he is still fantastically strong in this opening.
His wisdom in this opening is really unbelievable.
Well, white played g3, planning to fianchetto, and now e5. So putting the question to the knight. Knight comes back, bishop e7, bishop g2, and b5. So black is expanding on the queen side.
And the bishop will probably go on b7, the knight on d7, b6, and c4. It can be such a plan. It depends on, maybe go on d7, b6, and then play d5. It's also playable. And there is also a threat after bishop b7. I can
Threaten b4.
Yeah, play b4.
So
White would like to take on d5. If he has to go there, jump there with a knight,
yes,
he would like to take with a piece, but of course black doesn't want to allow it, and he won't force white to take with pawn just to protect this d6 pawn. For example, before knight d5, which is favorable for black.
yes,
I will take with knight ed, and now the weakness of d6 pawn is already solved. Problem
Yes.
of it is solved.
yes.
So such a position,
Black is equal now.
yeah, probably it's already equal. Of course, it's not very easy to play for win with white, but
Sure.
I think Mr. Sugirov will try to do his best
He'll
to
try.
win.
He'll try and find a way there. Absolutely. Let's go to the next game in this section. Another very strong grandmaster, Zavin Andrasian, playing against Kambez Nuri. Now, I've actually played Kambez Nuri, and
Where is he from?
I believe he's Swiss. Very exotic name, but I
Yes.
believe he's Swiss. And I remember playing him in the Gibraltar tournament. And the Gibraltar Open, one of the biggest opens.
Yeah, no.
And people said to me, be careful of this
Really?
guy. Yeah, be careful, because
His
He's-
ego doesn't show that you should be very...
he's one of these guys who can lose to anybody, but beat anybody.
All right.
He can have terrible days and fantastic days. And so Andrasian has to be a bit careful. We have
The question is whether he knows about that his opponent is so talented to play.
It's unclear. But clearly he has to be serious. And we have a Gioco Piano where white has played d4 very quickly. Maybe because normally black puts his bishop on a7 very quickly. So white thought, okay, I'm going to take advantage of this and play d4 at once.
How about now taking on d4?
Yeah,
Probably I will have to. And then just to go away on e7, a7, sorry. It's interesting because after e5 I would have to
Play
play
d5.
d5.
Mhm.
And now it's up to white whether he wants to take on f6 and then g7. Of course I cannot take it with king. I wouldn't like such a king. I would
Maybe you have
rather-
to take it, no?
How about playing
Or
rook
rook e8,
e8
maybe.
and then if after knight g5 for example, I always will protect myself with bishop f5 and bishop g6, so it won't be so
Mhm.
bad.
d4, I don't think I've seen this position. It's very strange to see this in a Gioco Piano, because normally white is just playing moves like bishop b3, you know, knight,
Much slower, yeah.
much slower, get your knight into the game, knight bd2,
It's something like in
d4 straight away is...
Rui Lopez
Yeah.
plans, yeah.
Also here, maybe you don't have to take, maybe you can just come back. Also very interesting move.
And what about d5 for example?
Okay, d5, knight e7,
Hmm,
no problems, I don't think.
probably. But
Well.
you don't have much space.
Well, if I get in, I only need one move. If I
Yeah,
get in
this
d6, I'm doing really well. So if you take here, maybe I just go d6,
And they take on e4.
and I take on e4, and black is absolutely
here
fine.
for
no,
sure.
no, yeah.
Even I think already better.
So, yeah, so I think actually d4, the best move is just to drop back here, and if you take on e5, this
Yeah.
is the only worrying line. Takes, and then we have to be careful that we're not losing to a move like this, queen d5.
Knight c5, the only move.
Knight c5, and then,
And I will go on e6.
yes,
So,
looks like black is just about to, but it's always tricky. There's moves like bishop g5 here, bishop g5, queen e8,
e8.
knight bd2.
Probably white is better,
Yeah,
but I can play b5 I think and then develop my bishop
Ah.
on b7. And your
Yes.
queen, it's not,
my queen's not so good.
not so
No,
good.
it's very interesting. I think there is a
You-
reason.
You don't have any place for your queen.
No, the queen is trapped. That's
Yes,
unbelievable, isn't it? Oh, no, we don't want to.
No.
We're not going to do that. It's the first round, but we're not. No, actually, this is
There is a threat knight before knight c2.
yes.
Quite funny situation that the queen doesn't have any place, even though it's in the totally center,
Yeah,
centralized.
amazing, really. So No, you've got to be careful with white here. I think there's a reason why we don't see d4.
Yeah.
There is a reason for this. So, interesting game. On board 3, we have another very strong talent, Russian talent, playing against Marko Gela, Alexander Shimanov. And we have a Queen's Indian, a3, Petrosian variation, a Garry Kasparov favourite, but now Bishop a6.
I'm not an expert, I must tell you,
Yeah.
in this opening, so...
But Bishop a6...
It's quite good, I think, after g3. After g3.
Right.
But now,
In this position, yeah. g3,
because not to...
Bishop a6 is the absolute main line.
Yeah.
But a3 followed by Bishop a6 is not so common.
I think I can play e3 even with
Yeah.
white, so just not to put the bishop on the,
Right.
on the long diagonal, but as bishop a6, it's quite strange, I think.
Yeah. Looks
Maybe he wants, it's also a playable move, and black wants to, just not to be in a theoretical argument, to make any
very
theoretical
possibly.
argument. That's why he has chosen such a thing, but I'm also quite surprised.
I'm very surprised, actually. We'll keep an eye on that game. Now we have a Polish top seed, somebody who's got a lot of talent, a lot of expectation.
Yeah, former world champion under 20.
Yeah. Dariusz Swiecz.
Dariusz Swiecz.
Nice.
Not so
I
bad.
tried, Swiecz. And he's playing against Grandadam.
Nice name.
Grandadam.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a nice song.
We have a kind of Reti Catalan position with Queen A4 check. This has been seen before many times. And C5.
I've played against two grandmasters with white, such a position. And I made a casting a6, b5, bishop b7, and it was just equal. That's why I am interested how will Dariusz play.
Well, he played the move Queen b3. This is a very interesting move.
Yeah, because that's what was I talking about? After a6 and then b5, bishop b7, white doesn't have any advantage. That's why I think it's a good idea just to come back with a queen.
So if a6 now, which wasn't played, but if a6 now, what's the idea? a4 maybe?
Maybe I will just make a casting and then I would like to play knight e5. And you cannot play knight d5 because I'll take it twice and you cannot protect both after knight d5, which would be a good idea with a queen there. Then I will just take it and I attack rook and f7 pawn. Yeah.
No, that's very good for white. So
that's why I think it's the idea.
So he played rook b8 to get off this diagonal. Yeah.
But what about bishop f4?
You can't play.
Oh, sorry.
The pawn is on d2.
Sorry.
But maybe you can. But I think if you play d3 here, black can just play bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6.
So Dariusz played castles. b5 and now a4.
And he opens the A line, yeah?
Yeah, he opens the A line. a6 takes and knight c3.
What will he play after b4?
After b4,
knight a4. What's the point? I don't. Maybe knight. Maybe even knight b1.
Knight b1 to then play d3, knight d2, and knight c4.
I'm not really.
You don't believe it?
No, I don't. I doubt it even. Because now I play bishop e7, d3, casting, knight d2, and bishop b7.
Castles,
yeah.
Knight d2, bishop b7.
Maybe bishop f4. Maybe something like that, and I don't have a place for a rook.
For the rook.
I would have to play rook b6, which is really unnatural and just goes straight forward on the knight b2 and then knight c4.
Yeah. No, this is not good. This is not good at all.
Okay, still I can play knight d5 just to sacrifice and then take on f4 and then on e2, which can be quite interesting. I will check and then take with queen, the queen, and now I have a pawn.
I'm not sure.
Right?
I'm not sure. This feels a bit. An exchange is an exchange, you know.
Right.
It's
But still, I have a very nice place for
sure.
knight on c5, and then
Sure. It's not the
maybe-
end of the game.
yeah,
Sure.
not yet, but probably white. It's
White should have
preferable
something.
for-
Yeah.
for white,
I think
maybe.
so. So an interesting.
Whoa, wait, it's not an exchange.
What is
Because
it?
we took bishop on f4, two pieces.
Oh, we have
Maybe
two pieces.
Yes, because we took a bishop, then and the knight.
Oh yeah, you're right. So this is actually very good.
It's winning for black.
Yeah, this is actually extremely good. We'll try and count the pieces correctly, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
sorry for that. One mistake from
It's
my
all right.
side.
We're
is,
just
equal,
starting. We're
yeah.
just starting.
Here we took one piece,
yeah,
and here
that's right, we
the
check,
second one, and
right.
this was
Yeah, exactly.
exchanged. That's why everything's fine. But still, let's look at the game. I think.
Well, the game is up to here. So this is the current position.
So maybe after before something else will happen. Okay, we'll see.
We'll see. Then when the final 2600 plus play, Ivan Bukavshin. I don't know him, I must say.
Me neither. There are plenty of players. Sorry for that, but there are plenty of players with over 2600 that I don't know, because there are plenty of them nowadays.
Yeah.
Probably because of the depreciation of ELO rating. Actually, there were 20 years ago there were not so many people like that.
Sure.
So nowadays, actually, there are too many of them to know all of that.
Well, clearly a very big talent, and we have a very strange transposition to a Grunfeld with Bishop G5, and
But e3 instead of knight c3.
but E3 instead of Knight C3.
So I don't think it's preferable.
So maybe
for
Knight E4 now is very good,
Oh.
or C5.
Knight e4, I think. Probably after c5, knight c3, it would go to Greenfeld with
Right.
bishop 10. But here, I don't believe that black can have any problems.
Yes. No.
Of course, it's about equality. Of course, I'm not saying that black is winning, but it's nothing to be afraid of.
All right. Now we have Grigorian
Karadzic.
versus Wies, and we have a mainline fianchetto variation of the King's Indian. This has all been seen before. H3 and Queen B6. Yeah, this is a
I think I'm not sure, but I think that Queen A5 is
Queen
more
A5 is the main
popular.
one. Yes. But Queen B6,
Still, it's playable.
of course, it pressurizes the center. Excuse me, maybe D5 is a good move there, but it pressurizes this pawn. And also it has the added benefit of
Attacking
attacking
B2.
B2, so it's a bit more difficult to get your pieces in play.
Yeah, I can't play bishop E3 because of taking on B2 and just queen escapes.
Yes. I'm always wondering if C5 works in this position. Takes, and then you take here, knight E8, something like this, but
Queen B2 still works.
Queen B2 still works, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot capture
No.
queen.
Doesn't feel like it works. So, Queen B6, slightly offbeat, but
I think
it's a
D5,
position.
Yeah, I think it's playable for both sides. It would be quite interesting game, I think.
yes,
I predict.
Yes.
I think that white will have to push the pawn on D5, and then the place for knight appears on C5. Yeah. After A3, I can always play A5, and here, of course, you can't play A5. You can't play knight B3 because of bishop E3. Probably you can have some problems. So
yeah.
it's not a problem for black. So it's problematic how to win an advantage for white.
Now.
So I think D5. Queen B6 is quite a tricky move. Let's move to the next game.
Yeah.
It has started really with D3, You must be kidding me. It's of
It's
course
a move.
It's not so interesting as knight a3 in the first move as the Olympiad.
Yeah, we saw that, right?
Yeah.
Which game was that at the
In
Olympiad?
Norwegia was playing, I think Norwegian player was playing, I think, against knight a3.
Yes. It was Johannesson, is that correct?
Yes, with Hammer, I think. Well,
Yeah.
analyzing a bit.
So D3, D5, and E4. Saying, okay,
So in Scandinavian with d3 in the second
yeah,
move. So
we take queens off, but this is fine for white.
no,
but it-
come on, it's equality.
It's
already.
equality. That's
Yeah.
what I mean.
So
it's a
not,
very
not so okay. But
not-
even black can be better because of wrong. Okay, I play c3 and king c2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I know the guy who plays with white. He just doesn't like any theoretical arguments. He just like to play some chess.
Yes.
He's weaker player. I think it's not a good idea
Mm.
to play against really much better player.
Belu's very strong player, rated 25.84.
So
Okay.
I don't believe in this position really.
C3, well, black castled queenside.
Mm-hmm.
King C2. And F5 was played.
So very aggressive.
Very aggressive, just trying to break things open, but white just
There was a
protected.
threat of f4. that's
F4
why.
was a threat, F3,
Knight
knight
f6,
F6,
yeah.
and bishop D3. Just
I think black is. What to do with a bishop, with a black squared bishop for black? It's the question, I think. You have to play g6 probably, not to allow just to put the bishop on the. But if you put your bishop on the long diagonal, it doesn't make any sense actually. You have your pawn on e5.
hmm.
So no. Okay, it's nothing special for white.
It's nothing
of course,
special, yeah.
but still it's playable.
Yeah,
Knight e2, for example,
92.
just to develop the white. Of course, white wants only to make a draw this game. That's I'm sure about. I'm sure about.
Maybe not. Maybe he just wants to outplay his opponent, show that he's a fantastic grinder, or not.
Yeah, probably. Look at the pieces, the white pieces. They look very nice. Two bishops together and two knights together, and both together. Some very nice square of
Yeah.
knight. So, but still, I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either. Okay.
But it will be hard for black just to get this point from white.
We have another game, and this guy sounds like he has a Polish name.
Yeah, Jacek Tomczak.
Jacek Tomczak.
Yes, again, Jernej Spalier.
And what can you tell me about Jacek Tomczak?
He's a nice guy. For sure.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's obviously a very good player.
Yes, he's a very good grandmaster. Last year he was, although he has some problems I've told you about in Kazan,
Yes.
because he lost a game he should have won because of the zero tolerance rule. But okay, I don't want to tell about it. Even though with such an accident, he managed to make as many points as the winner
Wow.
of the Universiade. So there were 13 of them.
Wow.
13 players have the same amount of points at the end. And thanks to Jacek and his last win in Kazan, we were able to make a third bronze medal as a team in a Universiade last year.
Absolutely. And I believe we have a very special guest joining us now.
The president of the Polish Chess
President
Federation.
of the Polish Chess Federation.
Tomasz
Yes, we'll
Delega.
try and bring you maybe a bit closer here.
Okay, I don't think you
Hello, hello. Nice to meet you. Now, I will ask some questions in English. You're going to be the translator.
I don't have to
Oh,
translate
we don't have to
anything, I
translate.
think. He's
It's
a
okay. It's in
international
English.
chess arbiter
Oh,
also, so
okay.
very well known.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Delega, tell us. This is a very important event for Polish chess. I saw the organisation. It has been fantastic. Tell us about chess in Poland in general. You have some amazing players, Wojtaszek, Duda. What is the future of Polish chess?
No, muszę powiedzieć, że mamy 50 000 zawodników zarejestrowanych. W związku z tym jesteśmy naprawdę potęgą, jeśli chodzi o liczbę zawodników w porównaniu z innymi federacjami sportowymi również w Polsce.
So there are more than 50,000 people gathered in the Polish federation. So in comparison to other organizations, sport organizations, we are really leading. Although I think only the football is higher than we are. So we are really very strong.
Oczywiście jeśli chodzi o naszą kadrę, no to mamy takich zawodników jak Radek Wojtaszek, czyli zawodnik z rankingiem 2700. No mamy też takich silnych zawodników jak chociażby zawodnicy naszej drużyny olimpijskiej, młody zdolny Jan Krzysztof Duda ostatnio, który świetnie zagrał na olimpiadzie. No jest Darek Świercz, który tu gra na olimpiadzie, także jest się na pewno z czego cieszyć.
There are plenty of players who are very strong. Let's say, let's mention Radek Wojtaszek. He's our best player, but now our young star Jan Krzysztof Duda, who made a really outstanding result on the chess Olympiad. It's a pity he lost the last game, but okay. Still, he's learning. Also, Darek Świercz, who is also a participant of this event. So there are plenty of players, very strong grandmasters in our national team.
Why has there been an increase in the number of very strong young grandmasters? What is the reason for the success of this growth?
Trudno na to pytanie odpowiedzieć tak w sposób jednoznaczny. Ja myślę, że jeżeli chodzi o tych młodych zawodników, to nie mamy ich tak wielu, jak byśmy chcieli. Ale myślę, że swoje zasługi ma tutaj Akademia Szachowa Polskiego Związku Szachowego, która od wielu lat szkoli młodych ludzi. Myślę, że jeżeli chodzi o naszych zawodników, mówię o panach, to zaplecze kadry jak gdyby powstaje, natomiast jeżeli chodzi o panie, no to ta sytuacja tutaj trochę gorzej wygląda.
So it was a very tough question. For sure, the Polish Chess Federation has created some years ago the Chess Academy for youth, and we think that it's very, very supportive for players, and so we don't have as many young stars as you would like to have, but okay, it's also but the problem of our federation, I think, is the women's section. Actually, we don't have so many talented. Maybe we have so talented, but maybe they don't want to work as hard as they should. Sorry for that, ladies. So in the women's section, we would like to have the same stars.
But you have a solid team. You have Soczko, you have Marta Bartel, you have Marta is playing here, of course.
Jola Zawadzka.
But this year they didn't. We were expecting something more from them, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think you're doing a great job, clearly, in general. What about this event, Tomasz? Tell us a bit more about the involvement of the Polish Chess Federation in this event.
Ten turniej to dla nas bardzo ważna impreza, bo ten turniej wpisuje się w taki trend organizowania w Polsce różnych zawodów rangi europejskiej i międzynarodowej. Ja może przypomnę, że w 2013 roku byliśmy gospodarzem wszystkich seniorskich imprez europejskich, bo były to zarówno mistrzostwa indywidualne w Legnicy, mistrzostwa drużynowe w Warszawie, jak również mistrzostwa w Rapidzie i w Blitzu, także tych imprez organizujemy sporo.
So there are plenty of tournaments, international tournaments, and also championship that take place in Poland. Last year we were organizing actually all of them, because it was the individual European Chess Championship in Legnica, then the European Team Championship in Warsaw, and also the Rapid and Blitz Championship of Europe are taking place. Last year it was in Warsaw, I think, and now it will be in Wrocław. So year by year So last year, look last year we had all the championship of Europe.
That's amazing.
In Poland.
That's fantastic.
No staramy się w naszym kraju wykonywać sporą pracę, jeśli chodzi o organizację imprez i mamy też nadzieję, że to zaprocentuje dla naszych zawodników, no bo warto może zwrócić uwagę na to, że dzięki temu, że byliśmy organizatorem drużynowych mistrzostw Europy w Warszawie, mieliśmy możliwość wystawienia aż 3 drużyn, zarówno w sekcji Open, jak i w sekcji kobiet.
So, it's very important also for the federation because it gives an opportunity. Organizing such tournaments give a great opportunity for us to allow young players to play, because we as organizers could give in the European Team Championship we could give 3 teams. So there were the first national team, then the team of young stars. So Jan Krzysztof Duda was playing there, Jacek Tomczak, the participant of this tournament. Who else was playing? Kacper Piorun, who is also here, and Kamil Dragon.
Kamil Dragon.
Yes, I think 4 of them. So many. So it's a good opportunity also for our players that our federation organizes such events.
Well, look, I think this event really, I've been very impressed. The organisation has been fantastic. I would like to personally thank yourself and Lukasz he has been so fantastic so far with me, and I expect a very good tournament, a lot of fighting, a lot of exciting chess.
Not only you.
Not only you, but thank you very much for telling us about chess in Poland, and good luck with future events.
Dziękuję bardzo i powodzenia również w waszej pracy komentatorskiej.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Delega. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tomasz Delega, the president of the Polish Chess Federation, telling us there just how much chess has progressed in Poland. They've done a fantastic job in the past few years. Amazing young talents coming through, and
I do agree.
It wouldn't surprise me to see Poland challenging for medals in a near future.
Yeah. I think the chess predators will also occur more than only Jan Krzysztof Duda. There are plenty of players that have a talent, and as you can see in every country, you can develop them. Okay, how about looking at the...
Let's look at some more games. I believe we have some updates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, we have.
Where should we go? Should we go and see Ola Ola?
Yeah, Ola la.
Ola la. Ola Ola is Spanish, sorry.
Ola.
Ola, okay. We saw her position after c3 and we said we didn't like it so much. Black played d6 with a little threat.
E5, yeah.
E5, which would be...
The knight is pinned, as you can see.
So king h1, e5 anyway. Takes, knight f5, bishop takes f5.
Why did black give
I don't know.
a pair of bishop? I would play, instead of e5, I would just play knight c6, for example.
e5 feels like a very strange move to me.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why, because...
I don't know why.
She wasn't forced to do it.
No.
She just exchanged a pair of bishop for nothing.
Okay. And she took with the pawn. That's also a very strange decision.
Yeah, take also with...
Well,
but if you take with a rook,
yes.
what else?
Okay.
How would you...
I'm playing queen f3.
Yep.
Next move. Okay, and I can just...
Okay, knight bd7, for example.
Knight b7, queen f3.
Maybe I'll shorten your bishop by h6, for example.
h6.
But where should I castle? That's the question, yeah? With black, of course. Knight 2, knight c4. Yeah.
It doesn't look so bad for white.
Yeah,
you know, I mean...
Yeah, I have a pair of bishop, and then there is no right place for a black king.
But e takes f5.
It's also interesting.
It's an interesting move, but I feel like I'm always... Well, black has this passed pawn, believe it or not.
But I would like to stop it by knight d2 and then queen e2 and knight e4. Mm-hmm. So I would like this point to be the place for my pieces. Mm-hmm. Now at the beginning, but okay, black can play knight d7 and just take on e4 with a knight and then put the other one on f6.
something like this, and if knight e4,
Don't know.
you can take and play knight f6.
But still, after queen e2, I think I can even
I was going to go bishop
give
c2.
it back.
I was going even this move is interesting,
Mm-hmm.
just to threaten bishop g5.
Yeah, and queen e2, bishop
Queen
g5,
e2.
rook a1. You know, white
Yeah,
is
white is
slightly
okay.
better.
So
It's strange. It was strange that she played
very
e5.
strange. E5 feels like doesn't feel correct. I think the
As
best
far as I
move
can see,
here,
always.
knight bd7, b5, these kind of moves. Knight b5 looks normal to
Something
me.
like that, you know, it's regular play.
Okay, so good news possibly for the Polish player.
I think Ola is quite satisfied because she's not sitting at the table and the opponent is thinking. So it's quite interesting. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
we've gone to the.
men's section.
We don't want to do that. Let's
Not
go.
yet.
Let's go back to
Women's
the
section.
women's section. And we lost with a position after knight e5 on board 2
And h4 as you
and
predicted.
h4. Yeah, I think this is a theoretical position.
I'm not
yeah,
sure.
no,
Okay.
I'm almost certain it is.
And my idea bishop g4
No, I think.
wasn't used.
But bishop e6 is also standard. And now knight g5. Okay. And queen d7. So, okay, white never really wants to take on e6. Well, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
So how to progress here with white? It's very difficult, these
Maybe f3 g4. You know, it's not a position when you can just try to kill in 2 moves. It's not very sharp line. That's why it's very. It should be calm. Calm attack should be.
Yeah, I never understand these positions.
Me neither.
It's one of those positions. Just never understand them.
Okay, let's wait for them.
Let's wait for them. Yeah, that's the
Move
good
to-
commentator trick. Let's go to Yvette Garcia Morales playing white against Zhang. We saw this position after bishop f5.
Yeah, exactly.
Knight h4. That's an interesting move, but it's a problem because now after bishop d7, black has actually got a better version of the main lines where black gets the bishop on d7.
So, and the knight on h4 doesn't stay
No.
very nicely.
So h3, a6, rook b1, and now black has a choice. I like the simple move rook b8.
And then b5, yeah?
Yeah, why not?
And even because of the knight on h4, I can try to play e5.
Well, the problem is, if, for example, if you go e4, let's say, I don't know, rook b8, e4, black has always got e5.
And the d4 square is already
Right.
prepared.
Exactly. And if you go here, we can always go here. And black is absolutely fine. No problems at all.
Yeah, I have the idea of playing b5, for example, so for sure I'm very good.
Yeah,
So knight h4, I don't really
No, I
think
don't.
it's...
I don't like it.
Okay, she didn't want knight e4 and then just taking
Sure.
on c3 and bishop e4, but still I think maybe d5 was the idea,
Yeah,
not to play knight h4. I don't like this move.
no. Let's go to the next game, and we've got Marta Bartel, your representative,
Mm-hmm.
and we have another. But c6 and bishop g4.
She's playing against a player from Czech Republic, so our neighbor. I've seen this girl playing in Mitropa Cup in Slovakia, I think 2 months ago, not more than 2 months ago. And she doesn't play any theory, she just wants to play something, so I think that's why that's the case.
She's given up the bishop pair. Now, Jan Gustafsson, who grandmaster from Germany, who I commentate with on a regular basis, obsessed with the bishop pair. I agree with him that the bishop pair is so big, it's so important a lot of the time. In this position, I think it's also very, very important.
Yeah, you don't have anything instead. Yeah, you know, you just give it away and wait for what?
Yeah, I don't like this by black. Maybe the move
E3,
E3
yeah.
here.
Just to support and d4 pawn, yeah?
Right. And then we can expand
b4 and b5, yeah, a4 and so on.
Looks very uncomfortable for black, to me.
Yeah, it's, you know, just, it's not double-edged positions, really preferable for white. Black doesn't have real counterplay. Without the bishop, I don't
like it. So I think Marta will be very happy with
she should be satisfied.
She should be satisfied
with the position after the opening, yeah.
Another Polish player, Klaudia Kulon.
Yep.
It's quite a cool name. Klaudia Kulon. Kulon.
Kulon.
Kulon.
Klaudia Kulon.
How much do you know about Klaudia Kulon?
She's a very strong player, I must tell you. She likes to play against women.
She likes to play against women?
Yes, yes. Because she doesn't, for her it doesn't matter what should she play in the opening. She can play anything. She's prepared to fight. She's really a fighter. Last time I was playing against her in the Blitz tournament, of course she was very tired after Tromsø Olympiad.
Yes.
So there is a very nice picture on Facebook, on her Facebook.
Or maybe we can get that photo on our Facebook page for everybody who hasn't seen. There is a Facebook page for this. Very simple, facebook.com/chess2014.
Yes, exactly.
So have a look at that Facebook page and we'll put that photo of Klaudia Kulon with none other than Magnus Carlsen.
Yes. I understand Magnus why he's smiling, because I would also like to have such a picture with Klaudia. But okay, I'm not a world champion yet.
There's still time. Let's have a look at her game, and we have a mainline Spanish with d3. This is an old system which isn't considered critical, but some players are starting to play this way.
Yeah, it was Grischuk idea, I think, from the top players. Grischuk started to play it, and here after bishop g4.
After d4?
Bishop g4.
Yes.
There are plenty of moves, something like bishop e3 or a4. There are two possibilities, and but I think it doesn't really give an advantage here. It's just a calm opening line.
Just a slow opening,
yeah.
Yes. And white reroutes the knight. This is very interesting in this position.
I don't know why.
I don't understand bishop g5.
It's not. I don't think it makes any idea. It makes any sense to develop bishop here, because at first you should play h3, for example, and g4, knight g3, and you just want to attack on the king side, and the bishop should stay on c1 as long as possible.
I think white should just play knight
g3. Maybe h3, g4, and then knight g3.
That's also possible.
Knight g3 would be a regular move. Bishop g5 isn't good.
No, it's a bit, because after h6 she then put her bishop on h4, but this runs into g5. I think this is correct.
Yeah, really.
And after bishop g3 we get this very famous bishop, which is known to be bad. It's locked in on g3.
Okay, the idea of white would be to play d4 for sure, just to open it, but black can play, for example, bishop b7, just not to allow to attack e4 pawn, not to allow to open this bishop.
She played bishop g7 and h4.
Yeah.
But now
even g4.
g4 and knight h5.
I have to play knight h2, and I would like to play knight e3 and f3 with white. That's why g4 you have to be sure that it's a good idea.
Yeah.
So maybe instead of g4 you can play, for example, knight h5.
Knight h5?
No, before g4.
Before g4,
yeah,
okay.
now.
Knight h5, yeah.
I think it works. Knight e5 doesn't go, because I'll take on g3.
And you win a piece.
Yeah, I win a piece.
So knight h5 straight away, yeah.
Yes, and then after, for example, bishop h4 I can play bishop h2 I can play knight f4. And black will really, there is a threat of, or even g4 goes here instead of knight f4, and just take on the pawn. So after knight h5 I think black is really very good.
Doing well, yeah.
Yeah, really doing well. So Klaudia doesn't have any problems.
No problems at all. All right, Marcin, shall we go for a quick break?
Yeah, right, cool.
A very quick breather. We are going to be bringing you all of today's action, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Sorry, if you have any question, just write on the Facebook fan page, and we will try to answer the most smart questions, smartest.
Smartest questions. Facebook.com/chess2014. We'll be back in just a few minutes. give us.
You are ready.
Okay, hello and welcome back everybody to the 13th World University Chess Championships here in Katowice, Poland. I'm Lawrence Trent. I'm here with Marcin Dazbir. I will try and pronounce the name perfectly by the end of this week. Marcin, we've seen a lot of the games already. Some interesting positions. Let's go back to board one of the men's section because we have a position that we actually almost had on the board in our analysis. We had, instead of g4, we looked at castles, but g4, very aggressive idea.
Yeah, white doesn't want to allow black to play bishop b7 and then b4, just, you know, make some problems. So, for example, after bishop b7, white wants to play g5. So, not to allow black to play so easily. I think that g4, maybe knight g3, sorry, maybe knight g3 is the idea, yes, just to put the, after bishop b7, knight g3, just to put, to make some place for the knight from c3.
Yeah.
So, but black didn't allow, of course.
Played b4 immediately. Yeah. I like this move, actually. I like this move. Because after knight d5, he takes. And a4.
How about why didn't white take with a queen on d5? Maybe he was afraid of knight b6, and then the c4 square is really tempting to jump. Then bishop e6, for example, and black is really okay. The c2 pawn and the c4 square is really weakened. And black doesn't really have hardly any problems. Look at the bishop on g2 and his pawns on h3, g4 and e4. He doesn't have any space.
Yeah.
That's why black cannot have any problems. That's why white took with a pawn.
a5.
Yeah.
And now, very interesting moment. You played knight g3, Marcin, and
I don't like it.
I don't like it at all.
I would make castling, actually.
Yeah, just castle.
Just castle, yeah.
Just castle.
Just castle and then...
And then play knight g3.
Yeah.
Because the problem with knight g3 straight away is that bishop a6 is...
Doesn't allow to make a castle.
This is a problem.
Yeah, one of the biggest in this position. King in the center and in neither of defense cannot survive for long. 2 moves.
Well, he played knight f5, and after castles, you know, I don't see how he's getting...
How should white develop now?
Well, he played a3.
I can take it. I don't have, of course. I can play g6, for example. Or, I don't know, bishop g5, even sacrifice a pawn. It's not a problem for black. I don't... maybe knight c5 with the idea of b3. Huh? Such a thing can happen to white.
I like knight c5.
Thank you. I like it too, that's why I told you.
I like knight c5 a lot.
Because then b3 and knight d3 is really a threat.
Yeah.
And white would have to play bishop f1, which is really a move you wouldn't like to make. Black can just even take on f1 and then play bishop f6 with idea of g6, and the knight on f5 will have to come back. No problem. I think black is already better. The initiative is on the black side.
Yeah, black definitely has the initiative here, without a doubt. So it's gone wrong for Roger Glure.
Yeah, really.
I think the opening has gone wrong for him, so I expect...
Playing against such a player is really a tough task.
Absolutely. And on the second board, let's go there. Andrassian against Nuri. We lost right after d4.
Yeah, after
and they followed... again, we're doing well.
Yeah,
we're guessing
not so
a lot, not so bad.
We don't use any engine.
No engine, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it or not, we are just using our brains.
Which is very tough.
It's very tough. And he played bishop d5, not queen d5.
Yeah, queen d5 was probably a mistake.
Yeah. But bishop d5 is...
But still, I don't think that it's so bad for black.
Rook e1.
Rook e1.
Knight e7.
He doesn't want to allow to play d6 and develop the white squared bishop.
Right.
knight e7, I don't really believe in this move. I think b5 would be the better solution of developing the bishop, because after knight e7, okay, b5 with the idea of bishop b7, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Just, and then I can play knight e7 or knight e6. It doesn't, it depends on what white plays, but maybe some small advantages on white side, but after knight e7 I don't like it, because what to do with the white squared bishop? It's my question, and I don't see any answer to that. c4 was the next move.
That looks like a good move, just to bring the knight.
Yeah, just some give a place for a
c6.
knight. c6.
So he really wants his bishop. He hunted the bishop down,
Yeah.
got the bishop.
If I could just play d5 in this position with black, so the knight wouldn't stay on e7,
Yes.
I would be good. But of course, because of ed, I cannot do it, and the queen is pinned. So after knight g6, I think would be a next move, I guess. And then knight c3, white stands really better because of the amount of space, or the lack of space that black pieces are. It's just
What can black play here?
maybe b5, with the idea of c5, bishop b7. I have to put my bishop into play. But then I close my black squared bishop. So, you know, dark squared bishop. So it's really hard to say what should black do.
Knight
For example, knight
c3.
c3, yeah. Although I have a pair of bishops, I don't have a place for them.
Right, this is the important rule about having two bishops. Two bishops work very well.
Listen to us, Jan Gustafsson.
Yes, and I'm sure he's watching. In open positions only, when one of the bishops is closed, like this bishop on c8, it's not so good to have the two
It's
bishops.
a pair of bishops where one of them is just like a pawn. So it's not really a pair of bishops, it's some mixture of bishop and a pawn.
Yeah, that looks fine. That looks good for white.
Yeah,
So-
and the king can be attacked easily, I think.
Yeah, that's also a big
Drawback.
drawback here. The black king is a bit weak. So let's keep an eye on that. Let's go to the next game. Gela versus Shimanov. We last saw it here,
Already, yeah.
and Queen c2 was played. E3, of course, possible, and bishop drops back.
I think, okay, the idea of bishop a6 and then bishop b7 is not to allow to play d5
Yes.
for white. But still, I think that I have a3. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. And black played with c5, so attacking the center like this. Takes, bishop g5, drop the bishop back, and e4, very ambitious.
Yeah, so I think it could be a
d1,
theory. I'm not sure, but
Knight bd7, and now he took on f6.
why? I cannot take on e4 with black. It's not a threat because I will just take and rook hangs on a8 at the end of the variation of taking on g5, yeah? So
Just to point that out. So
Yeah,
takes,
alright.
takes.
I'll take on with the
Takes.
queen and the rook on a8 hangs.
Yeah.
So I cannot play it with black.
So
And
what,
bishop-
just a move like bishop e2? Or?
Yeah, bishop e2 would be a regular, you know, a
Yeah.
decent choice, I think.
Because the other point is that knight c5 runs into e5. And that's,
Yeah, the queen is pinned. And
that's very annoying.
That's
So bishop
that was the idea of rook d1.
But giving the bishop up, his idea is that if you take, you win a pawn, but even this isn't clear for me.
Yeah,
This isn't
I
clear
do
at
agree.
all.
I do agree with you. Queen e7, then.
Queen e7 and fantastic play on the dark squares.
Mhm.
But he didn't want to give a pawn, and of course if knight f6, sometimes this runs into e5.
Yeah.
Even that's not clear.
Oh, now I think it's quite clear because I will take on d6 and you cannot take it back because of knight b5 and the queen is pinned. So,
Okay.
so knight f6 actually was a really important pawn
Yes.
after e5, and then just knight d7, ed, white is pawn up, and all his pieces are developed properly, so it's good for white. and that's why maybe it was the idea of Marco Gela.
To play.
But still, opening the G file, the king will stay. Black king will stay in the center. Will be left in the center, and G file can be used by black for attack. And if white plays G3, for example, the white squared bishop, black's white squared bishop, will be much stronger. So I think it's favorable for black. This
Yes.
pawn structure is quite like a Rouser from Sicilian. So queen c7, and I can try to make a long castle, but I don't have to, for sure.
No, I think black can also just. I think black can castle. I don't think it's a
Also.
problem. Also put the
Yeah,
king on
really.
h8.
Yeah, you're right.
I think there's no danger here for black.
Mm-hmm.
No problems at all. Let's go to the next game. And your man,
Yep.
Mr. Sviec. Sviec?
Świercz. Okay, I was telling you something about the Polish pronunciation, so let's put it Świercz. Okay, good enough.
And black was very aggressive, moving his pawns up the board.
I'm surprised.
e5.
What? Why don't you want to develop his pieces? I don't understand it. I think, White's king is already safe,
Yes.
and my bishops stay on the starting position. I think bishop e7 instead, or bishop d6. Maybe he was afraid of that d3 and bishop f4 we were talking about. That's why he wanted to play e5. But of course, White wants to open this position.
And he did.
He's
He
prepared,
played
yeah,
d4.
d3. Yeah, this one the only d3, not d4.
No, d4 was
d4,
played. Yeah.
d4, right?
D4 is better because gives the option of taking. He took en passant. I assume Darius.
Darius was
Well,
thinking about that position.
Maybe he's taking with the e pawn. Maybe this is interesting. To open the e file.
Although the pawn structure isn't isn't good for White, but he's developed much better. So I think it's really a tempting possibility to take with a pawn, just to have the e file for a rook, and then to play d4. But okay, how about bishop d6 now? And I just want to escape with a king, and then I don't know. Okay, I will castle. Yeah. Rook d1. Okay, I will have to pin your queen also.
Queen
Queen
c7,
c7, yeah,
yeah.
just to protect an e pawn and to
Use
pin
Yeah.
and to threat before. So
Actually, this doesn't look
I
so
think
good.
it's
Yeah.
the variations. The Darius is. Wait a moment,
Yes.
because at the end I can take on e5.
Yes.
Oh, I cannot take on d6 because I was thinking of knight e5, rook d6, and I thought that you have to take on d6 with a queen, but you have a
You have a check.
yeah.
But even this is not
Bishop f4,
so clear.
queen b6.
You win the exchange back.
Yes,
Even this position is.
but still I need one move for black, bishop e6 to make an equality. So it's not tempting for white, especially Darius is much better player. That's why I think he'll take with a queen. I think he's thinking of it. I think
So you think he'll take with the queen on d3?
I think so. He would like to take with a pawn for sure. He was calculating it.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether he's still calculating. But let's look.
We
he
actually-
took with a pawn.
He did take with the pawn, so we have this position.
Yeah.
Takes. Bishop d6, d4, castles is on the board.
Yes.
And now Darius has to.
Maybe he should play rook d1 now.
This is the line we just looked at, rook d1.
Queen c7.
Strange that he went for this, no?
Quite
A bit
strange.
strange. I'm quite surprised he went for this.
Maybe he wanted to change the pawn structure if he had taken with a queen, then all the pawns would have the opposite on the same line.
Mm.
That's why I think he wanted to change something, but what to play now? Maybe queen e2. Just I want to play knight b5. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That might be a very good move. That might be a very good move.
And you cannot play knight queen b6 because I can take on e5 already.
No, I think that's a very good move.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the position he's looking at.
I think so. Because now black, I don't see a good solution for black in this position.
No.
Maybe, okay, queen c4. Pardon, queen c4. I will take it and just take on
e5.
Yes, exactly. I have to take with a bishop. I'll take with a knight and then queen with a bishop f4. I'll take on d7. You cannot play here because I will take with a, or not. I will.
Well, maybe we don't have to.
I don't have to. Of course I can, and then just I will take a c4 pawn at the end. Take on d7 with a rook, knight d7, bishop d8, b8, knight takes back, and bishop d5.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not far away from a draw. It's not very easy to make a whole point from that.
I don't think he should do this.
Me neither.
I think there are better solutions. You can also just take straight
on
away.
e5, yeah.
And if takes,
bishop takes, bishop f4 and knight d4 at the end, yeah, for example. But now I can play bishop b7.
Okay.
Just try to exchange some more pieces. Maybe not knight d4, but knight c3, with the idea of going to d5 and something like that.
No, white is lots better.
Yeah, for sure. Pair of bishops here in this
Here
open
is
position.
Here is where the pair of bishops really works, ladies and gentlemen. A very open board, open files, and we see the power of these bishops.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Darius, if he gets this with queen e2, I think he'll be a very, very happy man. So.
And after d4, the opponent played
castles. Yes.
Castling, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the position.
And now we think rook d1 gives an advantage for white.
Yeah. Let's go to the next game. Bugavshin. And we last saw it.
Where were we?
Around here.
Yep.
And we have a Grunfeld.
With nice view.
And I think we've transposed to some
theory.
Yeah, some theory. But it looks as though black is fine here. I mean, I trust the Grunfeld. I know Mr. Peter Svidler very well, and he did some fantastic work on the Grunfeld, and I completely trust it. So
there are plenty of forced variations in Grunfeld defense. You have to be prepared with black that white will just equalize, and if you would play against a much weaker player, I think it's not a good choice. But if you want, because sometimes it occurs such a dead draw actually.
Yes.
Occurs, and it's very hard to play. But still, Peter Svidler manages to do something more from that. So, but I'm curious, how much time did each player lose?
I'm not
till now.
It looks as though in this position, white has got 44 minutes and black has got 1 hour. So
white developed bishop on e2.
Yes.
Knight c6, castling b6, rook d1 I think, and knight a5. Yeah, rook fd1 and knight a5. Black doesn't have any problems really. I think he will overtake the initiative in a moment because of the weak c4 and d5 squares. I will play bishop e6 and then rook fc8, and the weak pawns will occur, yeah? And knight will go on c4. For sure, black cannot have, you know, any.
No problems at all.
At all. So I don't think it's a problem.
Okay.
So. Right.
So we can see a shot of the playing hall there. We've got your girl, I believe, on board one.
Yes, exactly. She asked me not to be vicious, so I'll do my best, Ola. If you will see it on YouTube.
We have a message here about the game Frida Klekowski. You're going to have to tell me,
All right.
where is this game?
Not. I think it's here.
Oh my goodness.
Here.
So right at the end. Let's go.
Almost
There.
at the end.
We'll go straight there.
It's the third from the end.
Okay.
Yeah, here we
Yeah.
are. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Tell me about Maciej Klekowski.
He won the Polish Chess Championship, academic
Mhm.
chess championship, last year? This year, sorry.
Mhm.
This year in Katowice. It took place also in Katowice. He's a very good rapid player. Really, he counts very quickly. And now he I think yesterday there was a tournament in Krakow when he made his second IM norm.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he just came now. And so he would like to make the last one in this tournament. That's why it's a great opportunity for him, and he's very happy to have an opportunity to play here in Katowice in this tournament.
Well, he's
Playing against really weak player.
he's playing against somebody relatively weak in comparison,
Hmm.
and we have a Sicilian, bishop c4. Not a very strange-looking move. Not a good move.
No, for sure not.
Putting the bishop on a square, it can be attacked.
Yes, exactly. After b5, I win him tempo.
Yes. You
So-
played knight f6 first, bishop g5.
Bishop b3 now. Bishop queen c7. Okay,
Queen c7.
it's a good move.
Bishop d3.
Knight f4. Knight e4.
Knight e4.
What?
Bishop e4, queen e5. Is this the idea?
I think so. Yeah, two pieces.
So
Yeah.
if bishop takes e4, queen e5.
And both bishops cannot be protected in one time,
Yeah.
and that's why no, it's a good. So black is actually pawn up already after the opening. So I don't think any problems. There are no problems at all for black.
Black.
And what the question was?
Yes.
Was it better?
To play queen a5 instead of queen c7. I don't think so.
No, because
Because
okay, it's also a good possibility actually, because after bishop d2 or queen d2,
well,
I think queen d2, yeah, would be the answer
queen d2
for that
is
question.
Yeah.
Because then I can. Okay, let's show it.
Let's put it on the board.
Yep. We have some
Queen
technical
A5.
problems. Little technical problems. Sorry for that.
Queen d2.
Yes, because after bishop d2, I would play queen e5 and win a pawn. Yes, it's
That's
also
clear,
that's clear.
Okay.
But if I play queen d2,
Queen d2.
queen d2, all right.
Yeah.
Then after, if black wants to take on d2, I will take with a knight. So I will be really
And white is
prepared for
fine,
that.
yeah.
And maybe instead of queen d2, I can play queen e5. e5, yes,
Mhm.
exactly. But still, it's more dangerous than the thing that was played in the game. Now white can play, I don't know, f3, knight c3, maybe. Still, it's good for black. But I think the Maciej Klekowski has chosen better
Yes,
solution. After knight e4 now, and knight e4, queen e4, only one black piece is developed. So it's better. It's not better than in the game, because now I play bishop e2 and I will castle my king and look at the position, how many pieces are developed by white and how many by black. The queen isn't, you know, it is developed, but too soon, I think.
Yeah, I think what Klakowski has done is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And in the current position, it seems as though he has got a very, very good position. Indeed. Okay, let's go back to the women's section, shall
All right.
we? Why
Yeah.
not? And we
It's a
can.
good idea.
Let's go to board 1. We've got.
Oh la la.
Ah, we had no moves in this.
She's still thinking.
She's still thinking.
No,
okay.
I think she isn't. Because I can see that it's Ola's move.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, we've only had one move,
Yeah.
so
Castle knight.
not too much to report here. Knight d2, knight bd7. We expected
Yeah.
this,
And
and now
maybe
queen e2.
And maybe queen f3 might be better, because after taking on e4, then if black takes on e4, I'll take with a bishop, and pawn b7 just is attacked. Yeah. So maybe queen f3 is better. But white obtained an advantage after the opening.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Chinese player has made a mistake here with this e5 move on move 9, and white has got a good grip over the e4 square.
So no problem for at all. I think black is actually worse
Yes,
a little bit. Yeah.
that would be a great result for a long way to go.
Yeah, of course.
We won't get too excited. All of you Polish fans watching this game, obviously a long way to go, but a successful opening certainly,
Yeah.
and we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go to the next game. The last time we saw this was after this position.
Yes, and
She played f4. Okay, I was thinking of this move as well.
okay, but how about knight g4? Yes, it
No,
was played.
g4, bishop d3, attacking
and now knight f5. Yeah.
it. Bishop f5.
Yeah. I don't think that white has any advantage. The pawns on the kings are already blocked, and the only possibility to take off this blockade is to exchange queens, which is not a good idea for black. For white, sorry. It's not a dream of white, yeah?
No.
Exchange light squared bishop and the queen. So I would already choose black to play.
Yes.
Because knight, yeah, okay, I can play, for example, rook a e8. d5 is also playable still.
d5, h5, h6, and knight f3. So this is the current position. Remember, black is 300 points lower rated, more or less. So
I don't like this d5 move because it gives a square e5 for white. That's why I think putting the other rook on e8 was a better idea.
better move, yeah.
But still, nothing happens. It's nothing to be afraid of with black. I can still play rook a e8, and
Black
nothing.
must be okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Knight on g4 protects all the position. Yeah? f4, I don't like f4 and h4. You just give a really brilliant place for
this
black
knight.
Yeah.
On
Okay, let's move to
g4. Let's move to another game. And we have Yvette Garcia. We looked at this position around here.
And now
Queen c8 and g4. Wow.
Why didn't you play?
Why not king h2?
Maybe because of knight d4.
Ah, very tricky. Nice spot. So king h2
Doesn't work.
runs into knight
d4.
d4. And if queen takes d4,
Then knight g4. Check.
knight g4 check.
And the queen is attacked by the.
But hold on a second, if I take...
That's okay. You will have only two pieces.
Only two?
No, three of. Oh,
I have
them.
three.
Sorry.
I have 3 pieces.
We have to count to 3, you know?
We have to be able to learn how to count here, yeah.
Still. Okay, but still, I think that I'll take on g4 with a queen. And so the queen and 2 pawns. No, 1 pawn because I'll take on b7. No, I cannot.
No, I'm not sure this is so clear. I think king h2 is okay. I think king h2 is okay.
Yeah, probably. It's better.
g4 is...
It's better than... It's quite risky to play g4, really. I don't like it.
It's very risky. And now h5, so she went very direct, Zhang, just to say, okay, I'm going to win something along this diagonal. Bishop takes knight.
No, for sure.
This is not good.
I think it's almost losing.
This move is a blunder.
Yes. You
Yvette.
cannot give away a pair of bishops in such a way.
No.
You have to win. If you want to give away your pair of bishops, you have to win something for it. Maybe the problem is...
Maybe she's losing a pawn by force. This is the
How?
problem. For example, if you take on h5, I play knight takes h5.
I think about g5, being honest. Oh, and then...
Well, knight
Alright.
takes h5 and h3 and d4 is on first.
Alright.
Oh, maybe d5 is the best
now,
move.
yeah, maybe.
d5 is probably the best move.
But still knight e5 wins a pawn. Because it hangs on h3 and c4. I can take on c4 now.
So I think
Black is for sure very good here.
this is the problem.
But okay,
But her move really is...
it doesn't look good.
it doesn't look
So it
good.
cannot be good.
So everything that doesn't look good cannot be good. Some things that don't look good.
Sometimes yes, but
It's okay.
we cannot generalize. so
We won't go into that. So takes, even pawn takes here.
But I would take also with a bishop. It doesn't matter. You cannot play f3 because I'll take twice on g4. I think.
Yeah, that's very good. So takes...
Here. But after knight g4, I can play d5.
Yeah, no.
I have to. And now it... Of course, after bishop e8, now, and if white takes on g4, queen takes, knight g2, and queen c4, for example. Black has
Okay, black has
pair of bishops.
a pair of bishops in an open position. Piece down though, but for many pawns, for 3 pawns.
Yeah.
But I don't think this is necessary. I think.
Yeah, I don't have that. I could have taken with a pawn on c6. Yeah, but here I can just.
She
come
went
back
d5. She came back.
Oh, really?
F3 and now c5. A bit strange. Why c5?
Good question.
Why
Must I
c5?
don't understand it. I would just like to open this position, not to play maybe c5, b5. All right, it's still favorable for black.
Much better for black, isn't it?
Yes, pair of bishop against nothing. And now I want to play b5. I want to play b5, e6, and open in such a case, in such an option. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for sure, black is good. Knight g2. Yeah.
G2 on g4.
Just to open, yeah, as much as you can.
White will take back.
And I will play b5.
On b5. Yeah, this is just much better for black.
Yeah, so you even cannot play b3 because I'll take on g4 with a knight, yeah?
Uh-huh.
So really it's brilliant for black.
Yeah. Indeed. So yes. So some games have started to finish actually, on the lower boards at least. We've got some results in, I believe, in the men's section. I'm keen to look at one of your country women's games in a minute, but just to go over some results. Evandro beat Toshiki in 15 moves.
It's quite interesting, I must say.
So that's a result. just one result then, it seems, in the men's section. And in the women's section, have we had any results?
I don't think so.
No results. But your countrywoman, Anna Gashik,
Yes.
is that good pronunciation?
Yes, yes, good.
She is playing against a former student of mine.
Really?
Yeah. Melissa Rodriguez. I went to Mexico for some years.
Cool.
And not some years, I beg your pardon, some years ago.
All right.
And I stayed there and I taught at the Toluca School of Excellency for Chess. And Melissa was one of my students, 2008 or so, a million years ago.
Mm-hmm.
She took a break from chess, but she told me she just started playing again. And she's gone for the kill against Anna.
Yes, but it's a theory, yeah? So it's a theory.
It's a theoretical
Yes,
line.
yes, for sure.
To play
And
this
E4 and then
exchange sacrifice.
C6 is also...
It's all theory, yes?
Yes, it's all theory. It's a regular thing.
Takes, and Queen F7.
7.
So why does it sacrifice an exchange for a pawn, and with the misplaced king on C7, White
Well,
claims compensation?
Yes, of course, but still I think Queen F7... I don't like Queen F7. No, still... I'm not sure whether EF was not a theory. Taking a queen? I'm not sure. Here, for example, I would play bishop d7 just to... I would like to exchange queens if possible, just by playing queen e8. Also the square c8 cares for black king, so he's quite safe now.
Yes.
So I don't think that black should have any problems here, yeah? After bishop d7. So I think it was a theory, and
You think
now
Anna is happy?
I'm not sure whether she knows all the theory now, but I think she's quite satisfied with the opening. It's
Okay.
quite aggressive, but still. Okay, let's look at the other games, maybe.
Okay, should we go to the top boards?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, let's go to the top game. Still no results. We'll check in with Marta Bartel.
All right.
Why not? As we're here,
As we're
we
in
saw this,
Poland,
we didn't like. I don't like Rook B1 so much. I think E3 was
it was better, yeah. Just
because now at least Black is
It White gave an opportunity to take on c3 of a knight, and the pawn structure really looks ugly. Although on the other hand, the pawn d6 is really weak after opening the d file. So queen d2, knight c3, bc, and now I would like to play rook d1, c5 maybe.
so Queen C7 defending B7,
Bishop a3.
Bishop A3, Rook D8, Rook F1.
Yeah, the only move, and now bishop f8 is the only move because I can't play c5 because White would take on b7, yeah, with a rook or a bishop. So the only move was bishop f8, but still I don't think that White is so good. Maybe he's able to play c5, yeah, and then after d5 to play c4. All my pieces are ready. And after d4,
E3.
e3, yeah. And after d3, I will take this pawn, maybe queen c3 even.
But is Black okay here?
Maybe he is. Yes, I cannot do it like that. 97 and...
But is there Bishop B2 here? No.
and
Nearly.
So maybe you should play bishop g7 at first, g7 instead of knight d7.
Yes.
Queen b3, but your pawn on b7 is also quite weak, so
It's not so easy.
it's not so easy, but still. Because if you play knight d7, I'll take twice on b7, knight e5.
Well, I think this is good.
Or whom?
That's a
It's
good
the-
question.
Good question, because after bishop g2 I take on c4.
Yeah,
And the bishop on a3 is really, really weak.
yeah. Yeah, I
On
agree.
the other hand, the pawn on c6 is also weak.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to say. But I think black would like to have such a position. So, okay, so maybe instead of in this position, after bishop f8, the black's plan is to play knight a6, for example, and knight
knight
c5,
c5,
yeah. And these pawns on c3 and c4 may occur to be weakness in the ending, but still there's plenty of other possibilities. Maybe h4, h5, something like that, you know, to attack this king side. Although black can think of sacrificing a pawn on d6. just
Yeah,
to
I
play
think
knight
that's
d7.
knight d7. I think that's a very even here. No, you have to go here.
Yes, because
c5.
d5 is also obligatory.
Yes.
And now after c4, black can play knight d7, I think.
Knight d7. And if takes,
And I think we should bishop even.
maybe we can play this.
Alright, knight c5, and after queen c3. No, I'm opening the position and I have a pair of bishops.
That's
here.
true, and
Yeah.
you're also threatening
Or
this
queen
move.
e3.
Yeah.
Not, now I can play knight a4.
Ah.
That's why I think instead of queen c3 I could play queen c2 or queen e3 also. So I think white would be better here
Mm-hmm.
because of the pair of bishops
Yes.
in the open position.
Pair of bishops, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear it a lot during this
Yes,
broadcast. It really is a key concept, though. Let's have a look at perhaps maybe we can get a shot of the webcam. Let's have a look at the playing hall. We can see there on board one,
Alexandra Lach is still thinking.
Alexandra Lucky is still thinking. Looks like she's playing a good game today so far. But of course, it's very early.
I'm curious what's the time in the game, because you know the opponent, the black, was thinking really tough after playing e5, which is, you know, I think you shouldn't be so fast. In the opening, she was too fast. She wanted to win too fast, and now it's not so easy.
Well,
And
this one's going very slowly.
yeah.
We last saw it after Queen F3 on move 14.
No, we were thinking of it actually. Well,
Oh, we
queen
were
F3,
thinking
yeah.
of it, you're
Queen
right.
F3 and Rook Fe8.
And Rook
So
Fe8. yeah.
not many moves are made. Although, how many times did they think is the question? So both of them lost over 1 hour. Sorry, over 50 minutes
Mhm.
for 14 moves. So they are really, it's not a bullet.
They're not playing rapid chess.
Not really.
So this is a position. Now, White has to be a bit careful of this idea of e4 straight away. I think in some positions to allow this knight to come to e5, and that can be tricky sometimes.
But okay, that's why I think white should play knight e4 immediately
Yes.
and taking bishop, and now black can play knight f6, and the bishop b7 doesn't work because of e4, yeah, and the bishop is captured.
Yes.
But after knight f6, I can play bishop g5,
Mm-hmm.
and still I don't want to drop the e4 square for black. I don't want the e5 pawn to move. That's why.
But maybe black is okay here.
Maybe I should take on e4 and then play f6 and then rook a d8, for example. But still, it's not so easy. Maybe queen c4 check,
Ah,
and then bishop e3.
okay.
But still, I think it's not so bad for black. Rook a8, I'll
But-
take on c5, queen c5, and queen e4. I think it's about equality. Although this e5 pawn can be very dangerous in all pawn endings.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about this for white.
I think the all rooks will be exchanged, and then white will have to play h3, for example. And I don't think that black should do any harm. But yeah, I thought formally I thought that white is better, but here I can see not really.
No.
So what was the mistake actually? Maybe instead of knight e4 in the 15th move, I can play bishop e4.
Well, this is very deep.
But on the other hand, my bishop on c1
Yeah.
is not going to be a rock star. I think rook ab8, for example, and then what to do next, you know? How to develop with white. g4 is very risky. I would like, of course, to play g5 to force black to take on e4, and I will take with a knight, and some attack can occur. But still, it's, you know, you have to really consider it as quite dangerous.
Yeah, there's something about bishop e4. I don't know. I don't know if I trust it, you know.
I do understand you. I'm not sure about it either. So, what an interesting game. G4 is quite. No, bishop e4 connected with g4 is quite logical, I would say.
Interesting idea, certainly. Very interesting.
Because I don't know what's black idea now. If h5, then I'll push h5, yeah? h5, I'll push g5, and then knight b3. I just want to move the knight from f6, and then to move my from d2 to give some space for a
It's
black
not
square
easy.
bishop. Yeah.
It's not easy. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that game.
Yes, for sure.
She did play
She
bishop
did
e4.
bishop e4.
She's
My
very-
school.
She's very good. Bishop e4 was played.
It was played, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. Very interesting game there by
Yeah.
Alexandra.
I do agree. Okay, let's look on the board number 2.
We saw this round here. Same kind of position we saw before.
Yeah, it is the moment when people start to think, actually. But really, I was recently playing in a tournament in Poznan where such a rate of play has been also, sorry. And I must tell you, if you think twice during a game, you're out of time. Really, it's really annoying. You cannot, you don't have.
With
really,
this time control,
yes,
you mean?
Yes.
An hour and a half.
Yes, it's really.
It's not much, no.
It's not much, and it's not very popular. It wasn't very popular.
Yeah.
That's why, it's quite a tricky.
Well, this is the position on the board. There was a big exchange on e5. Knight takes e5.
Now,
What's the idea?
bishop
To
f5
f5 and queen
F5
d5.
and queen d5, c6. And black's queen is pinned, but I cannot make any favor of it.
So bishop f5.
Probably I have to play bishop f5, queen f5 and queen d5, c6. I cannot go on the 5th rank. Instead of, I can play queen a5 because of knight d3. It's a trick.
The
And
queen's
queen
hanging,
hangs,
yeah.
it's hanging. And if not, then black, I think it's already okay. Where
Queen.
should I put my queen? On b3? It doesn't look very dangerous. Although bishop may be a better piece. I have to play probably b6 with the idea of playing c5.
Mm-hmm.
Just to.
But not easy. Not easy at all, this position.
But I don't think that black should be worried.
No. No, I think black's doing fine here.
Yeah, because after bishop d4 I can for sure play rook a e8.
Mm-hmm.
And the ending is better for black. Because of the 3 pawns against 2 on the king side.
Yeah.
And the h5 pawn will
It's always weak,
be
yeah.
hanging. Yeah, it will always be weak till the end of his days.
Till the end of his days,
Yes.
the h5 pawn. Always weak. Let's check out board 3 again. We didn't like this position for white. Well,
bc. I think it's also it's good for black, for sure. Because look at the pair of bishops of black. It's really my idea of black would be to open the position. That's all I want. And for example, after rook knight e3 now, I can play rook b8. I can play rook b8, and white cannot take on c4, take the pawn back, because I will take on g4.
so knight e3, rook b8,
yes.
knight
Knight
c4.
c4, and now knight g4. I'll take on c3 and I'm pawn up.
Wow,
A little trick, huh? Still.
it's a little trick.
So here white would have to play bishop d2, for example, and then I can play rook b4 even. I don't have, of course. I don't have to, of course. I can play e6 just to open it. But on the other hand, I would weaken my pawns on d6. Yes, pawn structure would be weakened.
Not so easy. Still some work to do.
Of course, but I can try to play even knight h7 just to have to prepare f5, the opening. I would like to attack the king actually. Yes.
Yes.
And bishop d4 has a brilliant square on d4.
Yeah.
It will always be dangerous. And if I manage to open the position, then for sure I will be better.
Very interesting. Okay, let's have a quick look at the men's section then.
All right.
Oh,
Let's look at the men's section.
yeah, we'll have a look at the men's section. And we didn't like,
Where were we last time?
it was around here, a3.
A3, yes.
Yeah. And rook e8, that's
We were thinking of g6, I think, as far as I remember.
maybe just wants to put the bishop on f8 and play
Yes,
g6.
yes.
Makes sense. Takes,
B3,
b3,
yeah.
and now bishop f8.
I would take this bishop. If I were white, I would take this bishop because I know the idea of white, of black. He wants to play g6, knight c5, bishop c7, and then queen d7, f5, and just attack. And I don't have any idea where to put my king. So
Bishop d2, and now e4.
really good move. What black sacrificed a pawn, and after taking on before, I would play knight e5, which really will show that white's king is really
In big problems with
Big
knight,
problem,
knight f3 check is.
yes,
This is a huge threat, actually, isn't it? Knight f3.
yes, it's to kill white. And what is more, I cannot. Oh, after knight e5, I can't take on e4 because of knight c6, which is also quite a nice trick, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Ah. Nice.
Knight c6, yes.
And if takes.
Rook e4,
And then you win the bishop.
yes, the second.
So, knight e3 was played by white, and now just the calm g6, threatening to bring this bishop into the game somehow along. Oh, not this one, but this one.
Or on G7
And
also.
yeah,
Still the king is in the center, so it's
very difficult position for white, isn't it?
I think so.
Really unpleasant.
even though I'm pawn up, maybe I should take on b4 now.
Hmm.
I would take because I would say if nothing else happened, I will have one pawn for all sufferings.
And now
I think knight
95.
because white would like to play c4 and make castle.
So 95.
Here knight bishop e4. It's really risky. It doesn't look very nice, but still I think it's playable. Probably
I'm not sure. I think you can still go knight c6.
it will also be very unpleasant.
Takes,
Yeah, look at the king.
and rook
Still.
takes e3.
Oh, really?
Queen h4 check. Is this
King
enough?
d2,
Queen f2. I don't.
king c1.
King c1. I'm not quite in time. That's a shame.
Luckily,
That's a shame.
and king
No,
b2, yeah?
and king b2.
Or queen
That's,
d2, yeah.
that's a shame. So that doesn't work.
It's very risky, During
But-
the game, I would be,
You don't want to play bishop takes e4.
No. I wouldn't take it. Maybe if there is no other possibility, maybe it's the only possible way, but it
It
stinks.
feels very
It stinks.
risky. Yeah, it does stink. It does stink. I don't
see anything, forced now, but
maybe you can just play bishop g7. Ah, but then c4. Ah, but then you can take.
knight c4, yeah, take on a1 and on e4.
Yeah, you can't do that.
So here bishop g7 just to develop. Now I would consider taking on a6,
Yes,
just to
I
sacrifice.
think that's a good move. Yeah.
Just to sacrifice, I have 2 pawns, yeah. And now just make castle.
And castle. Yeah,
Knight g4, does it work?
Queen g4.
f5, bishop f5, gf,
Feels like you're.
gf, knight f5.
Well,
We are quite,
we're far.
we are quite far.
We're very far from the actual game.
Yes, so I'm not sure, but still, it's quite risky. But maybe it's the only possibility
Yeah.
for white to play.
I think taking on a6 really is the way to do this. But yes, I think
Let's look what happened.
what actually happened. Ah, so 93 g6, bishop takes b4, bishop g7 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Not 95, but bishop g7.
And the rook d1. So maybe it wins a tempo. Bishop,
Rook b1.
yeah, bishop g7 is smarter.
Yeah,
It wins a tempo.
yeah. No, I like this. And now 95.
Yes, but look, he's got only half an hour left, so it's not so easy.
It's not so easy, but somebody of Sugorov's, Sugorov's standard, he's massive favourite. We've had some more results in this section. Yiping Lo, the Chinese player, has won his game. Evandro, as we mentioned, has also won. So 2 results. Maybe it'd be a good time, Marcin, for us to go for a very quick break again.
Yes.
But we'll be back in just a few minutes with the remainder of this round. Some interesting games still in play, so don't go anywhere. And if you do go somewhere, check out the Facebook page. You can go there, facebook.com/chess2014. See you in a few minutes.
Yeah.
can.
Dobrze.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the 13th World University Chess Championships taking place here in Katowice, Poland. It's the first round today. We're already a few hours into the action. There have been some results. No real upsets for the moment, Marcin. But it looks as though we've got some really exciting games in play. Even the first board, a game that we've analysed quite a lot. Should we go there and have a look at this game here between Glur and Shugirov?
Yes,
And we said this position is extremely dangerous for White, taking on e4.
But what else could White do?
But what else can you do? Exactly. Amazing position. We're going to go back there in a moment. Yeah, because I believe we actually have a special guest with us in the studio. He had a good game today. Very interesting looking game, actually. We're going to welcome him to the stage, Mr. Karen Grigorian.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
Good, he won.
You won a good game.
Yeah, so interesting game. Opponent does some mistakes because of that.
What was the crucial mistake?
A mistake, I think 94. His mistake, yes, because he can play 97 back at normal position. Okay, not so good, but normal. Queen e6 is mistake because he don't see before, or he forgot move before, I think. He forgot if his queen staying in e6 at place of b6, and I can play before.
So maybe black should have played
A5
now,
a5, yes, and I think knight d7 too. Knight if d7 and e5 try. Yes, knight if d7.
Yes.
With the idea of f5, yeah?
Yes, I want to play bishop e3, and at move e5 maybe change pawns and play knight g5. Some interesting game. I think that I want to play knight e6. Some interesting, but he have center. Yes.
Yeah, it's double-edged position.
Yes.
But Queen A6 you think is a mistake? Yes.
Yeah, because I have moved before. If not move before, normal move, but I have moved before, and his knight is not so good staying.
So b4, and now he takes this
Yes, take.
and tries this
Yeah.
combination.
Yes, but yes, at place of queen h4, if I play queen e3, there was maybe unclear, but queen h4 I think,
Is strong
because yes, I attacking at king.
because you have knight g5 threatening mate.
Yeah.
So he has to go here, and now you took here.
Yes, here he can try bishop a1. I playing bishop h6, and I don't know. He have many moves: bishop g7, queen a2, some moves. But if bishop g7 is
I think the queen on a6 is really
yes,
crucial thing. You can take then on g7 and knight d6, yeah, for example.
yes, because yes, position is very hard for black because he played too many moves with queen b6, queen f6, and queen out of game now.
Yes, you cannot even take on d5 because of queen e7 and bishop d5 then, yeah?
Yes.
So it's really dangerous, really.
It's losing. Yeah?
It's losing actually, I think.
Actually, this rook is just coming in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
All the pieces, all
Looks
white
losing.
pieces, yeah.
Looks bad.
Yes,
really
it's
bad.
very bad. Yes, he has two
Yeah,
rooks,
look
but yes.
Look at black pieces, yeah. Rook on a8, bishop on c8, queen
Yes.
on a6. It cannot be good for black.
No, this yes, very hard to play for black because your rook e7, bishop c8, bishop rook e8, bishop c8.
All right.
So hard for play. Yes.
So the game.
So he
was
played c takes d5, and then beautiful move
Knight-
knight c3.
Yes, I think play knight g5, but when I play knight g5, he can play queen c4. I think here knight g5. First I looked at, but after queen c4, I think if not clear because if queen changes, yes, that's me problem. Rook e1 and knight g5, two problem together, not easy.
Yeah, and some pawns already. You
Yeah.
sacrifice some pawns.
Yes, because I think knight c3 is and
Knight c3 is a beautiful move, isn't it?
yes, beautiful. And if bishop c3, bishop d5, queen h6.
I knight c3 is really
Beautiful.
good looking. Yeah.
Yes, and next move queen h6 and
Yeah, and I take on f8.
yes, yes.
Brilliant move, knight c3.
Beautiful
Maybe
move.
he haven't seen
He
it.
didn't see knight c3. I
Yeah.
don't.
Yes,
so.
I think too the same. Yes, if you see he maybe f8 take knight maybe because today is so risky and he play.
Ah, so he played bishop e6,
Yes,
but you have an extra piece.
yes, I here think maybe bishop h6 or maybe I can play bishop b2. If bishop b2 queen c4, of course very bad for black, but
Still playable.
yes,
There are some chances, yeah.
yes,
There are some pawns, but they're weak.
yes, I can change.
But your
queen.
bishop is pinned. That's also maybe a problem for you.
Yes, but and he can play g5 too. Yes, at place of queen c4, g5 too,
Uh-huh.
g5 next move queen c4, queen h5, queen c4. Some
Not so clear.
yes,
okay.
But the way you played is perfect. You took on d5.
yes, we
He
should
has to take,
yes,
and now you take here.
and here yes, not moves. If king f7, queen check, queen h7, bishop g7, and bishop b2, I think, rook g8, and knight e4. And here I don't find moves for him.
Yeah.
Yes, here so.
Okay. Yeah.
No, this looks very bad.
Oh, it's losing.
This is
actually.
this looks.
Yes, because
look-
everywhere problem is queen.
Yes.
Queen, yes,
Exactly.
big problem.
Yeah.
I think next time he don't play queen b6, queen b6, queen
It
stay
wasn't
in
a good
c7.
idea.
Yes,
So he played bishop g7, but you just
yes,
Took.
queen g6 and rook e8, bishop I think mate.
Yeah.
Again the same problem, queen and queen
Queen
and
doesn't
the
play,
queen doesn't
yes,
play.
he playing without queen. This
Very nice game.
Very good game.
Especially knight c3 I like.
Very nice game. Knight c3 is an excellent move. Is this your first university championship?
Yes.
Yes.
I first time playing here, and I know this is so important tournament, young tournament. This is not open tournament. This is a little other.
How
First,
do you find the organization of
uh,
this tournament?
my friends ask me about this tournament because I have some tournaments. My last tournament finished 5-6 days ago, Badalona, and
Mhm.
after this with friends come here.
Mhm.
Right.
But you're happy. You're
Yes.
feeling good. You played a very good game today. So
Very nice.
we will be watching your progress.
Yes, exactly.
And
Thank
thank you for coming and sharing
Thank you
your
too.
game.
Thank
Okay.
you too for
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So Karen Gregorian there with a very, very convincing win against Jonas Wies. And beautiful game, this knight
Yes.
c3 move is
Nice for you. I'm really impressed.
really, really nice game.
Mhm.
Okay, let's go to another game that caught our eye,
Yes, exactly. This one.
this one here. We last saw the game a bit before this, wasn't it? It was around
different.
here.
Yes, here. I think here. Yeah. And here we were talking about b5, c5, yeah, just to develop the bishop. We wanted to play it. Yes, okay, knight c3, and look at the bishop, white squared bishop.
Yeah.
It's literally ugly. Queen d2, b5. All the old white pieces are developed.
Now all the
probably.
white pieces are in the attack, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. Unbelievably hard.
D5 and now knight
Knight
f6.
f6.
Bang!
I think it's already winning, yeah? Yes. GF. I think if you don't take, I'll play rook h4. And I will give mate. Yes. And if I take, I'll take with a pawn, queen d6. And I think rook g4 already wins. May win already. Yeah.
Yeah, rook g4. So takes, queen takes.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe there's a better way of doing this. And how is this position?
It's winning for white for sure.
Oh, because you have queen g5 check, and if you take, you've got this intermezzo.
Yes, exactly.
Rook e5.
Bishop e4.
Bishop e4.
No, you don't. You
Rook h5.
Bishop h7.
Bishop
Queen
h-
h6.
queen
We
h-
managed to do it finally. The only move would be rook f e8,
But this is
losing already.
you got
Just
rook
play.
f. Ah, careful.
Yeah, of course.
Let's
G3
give-
is good.
Let's just give some luft. Rook f5 is a threat.
It's winning for sure.
Yeah. So what actually happened in the game?
Really?
No, I don't know. We're gonna find out what happened in the game. After knight f6,
Yeah.
maybe we can.
Well, let's check it. Actually.
It was actually queen d6 is the last move we saw, and
He already won. Number 2.
ah,
Brilliant.
we're doing well.
We're not so bad.
We're not so bad. This actually happened,
Here,
and he
rook-
resigned after
Yes.
rook e5. So black resigned here.
Mhm.
No, this is a good game by Andresen.
Yes, exactly. Although in the opening we had some doubts, but now it was also quite convincing. Queen.
Yeah.
It was really very nice tactical blunders. There, due to the fact, look, the second game, when due to the weakness of pieces, no space there in the first game, queen stand on a6 didn't have any play. Now the bishop on c8, also the same thing. White is winning
Yeah.
because there was no play for the pieces, no space. Yeah.
Yeah. No, a good win for Andresen there. Means that he is still on course. Where should we go?
I've seen I was watching the break. During the break, I was watching the women's section, and Olalach made g4, bishop e4, rook b8, and g4. We are talking about. So this
Wow.
position occurred, yes, exactly. I don't know if black did any other move, but I've seen this position, and black was thinking still, which I think it's quite hard to make a good move. Because after h6, I would also play h4, then g5. Yeah, that's my idea. Of course, I would like to open this part of a board. So,
Well, g4 did happen.
yes.
Oh.
No, g4, yes.
Bishop a7 to try and bring the knight to c5, but
Yes, just after g5, I would take on e4 and then exchange by knight c5. Yeah. The Chinese player already knows that it's very dangerous knight on e4. That's why she wanted to exchange it. Although I think bishop e3 might be a tricky. Here at the end, after knight c5, bishop e3, knight e4, bishop a7, and now knight d2. Yes, exactly. Bishop b8, and I think that it would be something like equality, or maybe black would be a little bit better because of the e5 pawn.
yeah, I don't think you should do this with white.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a good idea.
e4, yeah, now for example, just and then queen e5. That's why Ola, after bishop a7, played b4. Against, of course, it is the move against knight c5, which is also quite risky because you weaken your c3 pawn, but on the other hand, it looks quite good because you want to develop your bishop, and you want to stand with a knight on e4 that will protect the c3 pawn. So I think it's a good idea to play b4. I'm really impressed about her game now. Till now, there is no time for example, rook ec8 because of g5.
But you can always put the bishop on b2.
Yeah, but I think bishop will not go there. I think it would go on, after taking on e4, it would go on d2 and then e1 and g3. It's just a different route for him. After, of course, g5. I want to play g5 not to allow white, black to exchange the knights. So I think Ola has an advantage. So it's quite cool game
Wow.
till now, and she's still playing against really good player.
Knight b6.
It looks a little bit odd that you put your knight for bishop on
So
a7,
g5.
g5. I'll take on e4, and what's the idea? Knight c4, maybe to play against the bishop.
Maybe black wants to start to look at this diagonal somehow.
Yes, the problem is the bishop on c1, where to put it. Because I cannot go on e3 or d2. Maybe I have to go on d2 actually now. But then the route on e1 and g3 isn't allowed because of knight e3. That's why I think white would have to play g6 now. Maybe after knight b6. It is really
G6.
interesting.
Wow.
Just to sacrifice a pawn to give some air for a bishop. Oh, I see.
not so
I see
sure.
very nice variation. Look, FG, rook f8, and I'll take till the end on f8 and then g8, and you cannot stop my queen, your queen. Quite nice trick, I think.
Wow. Very pretty indeed. Very, very pretty indeed.
So it's maybe g6 isn't so bad.
Very possibly. Yes, indeed.
So
Okay, so
all right.
right, so it looks like hello. Hello. It looks like we've got another guest, ladies and gentlemen. We've never met before.
Yeah.
Sorry, and my Hungarian is terrible.
Yeah, we
Mr.
can switch to English.
Attila Gergac,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah, very much.
Okay. Attila, we haven't seen your game today, so you're going to
Not
have
yet.
to
Yeah, you are lucky.
you're going to have to educate us.
I played terrible
You played a bad game. Who did you play?
Against
with a guy from Suriname.
From Suriname.
which board was it?
22.
So all right.
But you won?
Yeah, I won luckily.
You won luckily. Okay, let's have a look at your game. And standard.
Yeah, I don't understand the knight a5, but
Yeah, it looks strange to go knight a5 here.
but
I
I
mean,
couldn't find anything better than I played, so
right.
it was quite okay, I think.
So knight c6, d4, takes, bishop b4,
Why didn't you play d5 then?
d5.
Because of a6?
a6, yeah, and just play b5.
Yeah, and then b5. Because after d5 you cannot play bishop e1 because of dc, and white is winning, but a6 is good enough, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, all right.
and it's just okay for black, I think.
Mm-hmm. But you just developed your knight on c3, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Castle, h3, yes, cool.
And when he went black to knight e7, I put back the bishop to d3, and I was a bit lazy, so I just waited for the trick to play the knight to g6 and e5.
Okay.
All right. And it occurred.
And it occurred,
Yeah,
really.
but it was not enough.
And e5. Knight d5. What is this? Takes. Ah,
Bishop
knight
d2.
d5 is a mistake.
For
Yeah,
sure.
e5 is
It's a mistake. It has
But
to.
this
You
position,
should just take the e5 and the c3, but probably you should take the c3 first.
on
So
c3
take the
now,
knight.
yes.
Yeah.
With a bishop or pawn, it's a good question. Maybe
I calculated first if you take the e5 with so instead of bishop c3,
all right. D,
Okay.
yeah.
and I take the g6,
Bishop g6, yes.
and he should take the c3. with the
Oh,
bishop.
quite interesting, I must say.
And yeah, it's a good question, because if I just take back the bishop on c3,
But I would take it with a pawn, actually.
yeah, after g6,
Yeah.
and we have an opposite color of bishop.
There are some drawish tendencies, for sure, but still, I think I will take on d1 and then play knight d5, and I have such a very, very nice square for a knight and for a bishop with bishop e6, yeah?
I didn't like this.
Yeah, your bishop may be weaker even in such
Yeah,
a position, yeah?
yeah.
He should have played this maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But after DE, you are not, maybe you should take on c3 with a pawn after taking on g6, fg, Okay, bishop c3 and now take with a pawn, which I think would be better, and then with a knight on e5. I'm not saying it's a great advantage, but still I think it's favorable for white. G5 and still e6.
Not easy.
Not easy, yeah.
Not easy.
Maybe a
Not
4.
easy.
Yeah, it would have been a better play for him.
But what actually happened in the game? Because something.
Knight
And
d5,
knight
if I
f5.
don't should be 2.
Ah,
And knight f6 was a really nice.
knight f6.
But I just
Yes.
played knight f6 because you have to play king h7
Yeah.
now, and I thought if you have to play this, then must be
Of
something.
course. Yeah. Of course. This must be good. So what happened here?
Queen f4,
Queen f4. Okay.
and he just played rook g8, which is losing, I think.
G8. I don't understand. What did you?
I took the f6 and
That's it. Right? H4.
bishop e6 and h4.
And
yeah.
h4. Yeah. And if h5,
Queen g5.
queen g5 is forced checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay, so not such a bad game. Yeah, I mean, you won in 23 moves.
Yeah, it's okay.
You've played worse games, I'm sure.
Yeah, you are right.
as,
All of
as is everybody. Tell us a bit more about you, Attila. You're from Hungary.
Yeah, I'm from
How old are you?
24.
24.
Yeah.
Are you still studying?
No, I finished
You
studies.
finished?
I'm working hard.
And what do you do?
Controlling
Controlling
Yeah.
of.
in a multinational company doing finance.
Oh, okay. So you're a financial controller,
Yeah.
basically. So you're good with numbers,
Yeah, numbers like very much.
and you play a lot of chess still, or you just because of your
Before-
work?
Before last September, I played very much,
Yeah,
but now it's just a hobby. I'm
just a hobby.
Yeah,
Right.
too weak to.
Is it your first visit in Poland?
Yeah.
How do you find it?
I find people very hospitality and they are very friendly.
I told you.
It's true, actually. The
I know.
Polish people are very nice.
Yeah.
They're very hospitable. It's true. But Hungarians are very nice as well.
Yeah, they are.
They are. I know Judith Polgar very well. I've worked with her, and she's one of the nicest women I ever met.
Really?
Apart from being a very good chess player, the best.
Brilliant.
The best. She's great. So, tell us one more thing then before we let you go. What are you an international master?
Yes,
You
I'm
are?
an international master.
Okay, so are you trying to get any grandmaster norms, or what is your ambition?
Yeah, of course, every people, as international master, would like to
Sure.
improve. So I don't.
You
think
can do
that
it here.
I,
You
yeah,
can do it.
I can do it
You
here,
can do
but
it here.
You have great opportunity, I
I don't
think.
that I'm prepared enough.
Don't worry about it.
Do your best.
You'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Thank you very much.
Think about the games and you'll be fine.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thanks.
for joining us, Attila. Thank you. Okay. That wasn't so bad.
No.
I've played a million games worse than that. My
I
goodness.
always remember my game against Lubomir Wtacznik
Mm.
in Bundesliga when I lost a knight endgame with a pawn up. Yeah, really. It was pawns on FGH files, and I have an additional one on D.
That's impressive to
Yes.
lose this.
You should see it, really.
I'll have to
I
look
was
at it,
thinking
yeah.
about quitting chess after that, I must tell you.
We've all been there, Marcin. I remember some games I've lost. I just, I
Don't believe you could
I
be so
don't believe
stupid.
it's possible. No, it's just impossible to.
Yes.
I had to try really hard to lose like that. But there you go. So, more
So,
results.
we have the Grandmaster from Poland.
Oh, we
coming.
have a grandmaster from Poland coming to join us. Sure, we
Right,
have.
take a microphone.
Hey, come and join us.
Take a microphone, please.
We need a microphone.
Yes, exactly.
Is English okay?
Of course.
Of course. So, I think you should ask some questions this time, Marcin, as it's your
All right.
countryman.
So, I can see that you won a game. How was it actually?
I don't know, of course. I should check it.
How do you
out.
feel about it? You know?
How do I feel?
We don't have any computer
I played
here.
really fast, so I don't know. I just played fast and hoped that my opponent will make some mistake. He was lower rated, so I just.
And
wanted
after a
to
long
keep my
journey-
joke, okay.
And after the long journey.
Yeah,
From
after a
Mexico.
long journey, yeah, from Mexico. That was my
You
phone
live in
just-
Mexico?
No,
No,
my
no,
opponent.
Ah, I see what you
He's
mean.
Polish.
That's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. I
no,
thought, what's this guy?
In comparison,
No,
it
I'm
wasn't
sorry,
such
I'm
a long
going
journey.
crazy. Right, yeah.
Okay, in the opening he played something weird because he played bishop e7, usually it's bishop c5 and later on bishop e7, so I don't know, it looks like a loss of tempo. Or maybe there is such a variation. I don't
here
play
bishop
this
c5, yes?
position very often. Yeah, I think bishop c5 is the main line. And then I think I got some advantage. Then I think I spoiled it
Alright,
because I
the
miscalculated.
development here was quite okay, yes, quite regular.
Yeah, and yes, now it's all everything is fine.
Why couldn't he take on c4? Because of bishop c4 and then knight
Everything.
d5.
I didn't even calculate.
That's a grandmaster.
Let's put that on the board,
Yeah,
actually.
I would
'cause
like
that's-
it. I would like to take
So takes, you're going to take, and then you're
But
going
if
to play knight d5.
Well,
I will
can
take
think-
on d5.
No, maybe not. Knight
I'll
d5,
take on
maybe
d5.
Simply something like knight e2, c e2, queen d3,
Oh.
and it's also I think
Sorry, knight c2?
Because you-
c e2, queen d3 later on.
Queen a2, queen d3. And
Yeah, and I think the queen is trapped.
Ah.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not.
Perfectly honest person, finally.
The worst case, you have this knight d5, yes?
Yeah.
In the worst
All right.
Yeah,
No,
in
no,
the
but-
worst case.
but
And I
after
think
knight
e5,
d-
I don't know. I didn't even want to lose time in calculating something like this because for sure he wouldn't go for it.
Yeah.
But because I calculated after knight d5, I'll take
Ah,
and
you
take.
see. this way.
I prepared it for 5 minutes, I was calculating it.
Wow, wow,
and
wow.
then I'm also up. Matura. Yeah?
Matilda, yeah, probably.
And probably the position is one.
Yes, when-
I don't know what you prepared.
We didn't prepare
I
much.
didn't prepare. I was,
No, but
I
you
was
said
doing
you
my,
prepared.
I was doing my
Martin
best. Come on.
always prepares.
F4, so okay. And
Yeah,
now
97, I think.
came
maybe-
back. He came back.
No, he played what he played.
All right.
It was his idea. I don't know. And now I played something stupid. Yeah, that was weak. I think.
What, queen a4?
Why?
No, queen a4 was weak?
Yeah, probably because I underestimated his move knight e4. Of course, I'm better than two, but maybe it was. Maybe I should have played something different.
Maybe
with
bishop
bigger
d3, yeah?
advantage.
Just to
Yeah,
play bishop d3,
was
just.
my other idea, but you know, what should I play next? f5, f5, e5, yeah? And I wanted to play queen e4 because after f5, e5 is not possible. Because knight d5 and knight c6. And that was my idea with queen a4, but I underestimated his position after knight e4. It wasn't so one for white. I thought it would be very simply one.
Yeah. You cannot play e5, yes, because
Yeah,
of knight d5.
I don't know, that's what I thought. Maybe he can.
All right. No, of course. Of course, it's really brilliant.
Knight c6.
And then knight goes to c6, yes?
Yeah. And that was my idea with this move. But
All right. He took on e4, took on e6, and knight e5.
yeah, I don't know. I thought this position is simply one. That I would put my queen on b3 and he should resign. So somewhere. Queen b3, c5. I thought it's already gone. But then I realized that he might have a very simple move, bishop f6, and c5 and attacking the pawn on a6 is my only idea. I just thought I would win on this diagonal into g8, but I wouldn't. Now I just, yeah, he took, and now he, yeah, knight e6. I think it's forced, and now he played something bad. That's
Let me
move is
see.
bad for sure. Because now the ending is.
Yeah,
very
bishop
comfortable.
c2 already.
Yeah, and I had very good time. He had like 15 minutes now, so I thought I won.
What should he play here?
Of course, I didn't calculate.
What do
I
you
just-
What
I
do you
just-
think about
He was
in the
sitting, you
game?
know.
Yeah, I just.
What do you
made my
think
move,
about in the
started,
game?
you know, looking around at the playing venue and just waited for his move because there's so many possibilities now that it was pointless for me to sit and calculate my answer
Wow.
for every move. So I just wanted.
You're quite a smart person, I must say.
Yeah, I'm just following advice of Mateusz Barta, other Polish player.
What does he
After-
say?
Yeah, after one of our games, I asked him what he will play after this move. Oh, I didn't calculate it. After this, oh, I didn't calculate. Why didn't you calculate? Ah, I just wanted you to make a move and then think. And then we played the game. I had very good position, but very bad time, and I lost. And that after this game, I'm just following his advice. I'm playing fast, waiting to see what my opponent
But if it's a normal game, 2 hours in 40 moves,
Maybe then I
then you
think
start to think,
maybe
maybe.
a little bit, yeah.
So shortening the time is the time control is good for
Yeah,
you
with this time, I think that's my strategy for this
for this whole tournament.
whole tournament.
All right.
Play fast. I don't know how it will work out.
You could,
We shall
it could be
see.
very successful.
I hope so.
Till now it is.
And I hope I will have the courage to stay with it, yeah.
Yeah.
This strategy.
Yeah.
Even against top seeds of the
Yeah,
tournament.
against the top seeds I might be a coward and start. We will see.
All
I
right.
really think it's not so stupid in this tournament just to play fast without the additional time after 30 or 40
No,
minutes.
it's
as
very
usual.
quick,
Yeah,
yeah.
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 Just you know, if you don't make some big mistake in the opening, decisive moment of the game, you'll have better time. Yeah, not playing 30 seconds, but some time to think.
Okay, so
quite-
what about this game? So Queen B7 was a big mistake. but-
I don't know, of course, because I didn't calculate. But I think you should have something better. I don't know, Queen E5 maybe, maybe Queen B8 also looks better.
but
Queen
not-
B8. Okay. How about taking on B8 and knight C5 still?
Yeah, sure, white is better. Yeah, and I have better time. Yeah, remember.
I will.
Okay, so Queen B7, and then this
I
ending.
think this ending is terrible.
Oof.
So many threats, and he was very short.
Of time, yeah?
Yeah, so it's
Bishop D7, check.
almost won.
It's already
Oh,
winning, yeah.
Yeah,
Here it's
now
already-
he should have played
Bishop
Bishop
E7.
E7. Yeah, but it's also lost because we
Rook F1.
Rook F1 wins on the spot, yeah?
No, not on the spot.
Bishop E8.
Take- No. Bishop there is losing, I think.
All of that is losing. Knight C5 now. And
Yeah,
then I'll take on
knight,
F7 and,
Bishop E8.
and
Bishop
Bishop
F7?
F7.
Ah, okay. Ah, yeah, I saw it.
Oh, you saw it really? All right,
saw
okay.
it.
Sorry.
That's yeah.
It would be weird if you hadn't.
Yeah. No, Rook F1 is game,
Yes.
game, no?
It was in the game, yeah? Or not?
No.
Okay.
We
it
played
wasn't.
King
Yeah,
E8.
yeah.
Played here and now Rook E1.
Rook
And I
E1.
think I
Oh.
won so many threats.
Knight E5, Bishop D6, takes, and you win the piece.
Yeah, and he just resigned because of the short time.
Okay, Michal, are you a student?
I'm
On-
graduated. I'm playing
Graduated.
as a graduate from the previous year.
What did
yeah.
you study?
I studied.
Yeah, what did you
law.
study? You studied law,
Yeah.
so you're going to be a lawyer.
I am
Liar.
You are
No,
a lawyer.
sorry.
You
Well,
already
I
have.
don't know. I don't have you know, in the Poland, if you finish the studies, then you need to take, I don't know how to translate it. You have to attend a 3-year course.
Yeah, it's the same
And
in
after
England.
that, after you finish
Law
the
school.
course, you are allowed to take an exam. And then, if you pass the exam, then you are a certified attorney or legal advisor or bailiff.
A liar.
It depends on the applications, this course called applications.
All right.
So now I just after I finished my year, I started the first year of the course, and I'm working at the law office already. 3
You're
years.
working as well.
Yeah, 3 years already.
So already the second person who works already?
Yeah, incredible. And do you have any chess ambitions, or have you?
Not to think
I
and
were a
to...
grandmaster.
I have. So I have.
All right.
But you know, well, what should be my ambition? I'm a grandmaster, but that's all. And maybe achieving 2,600 would be fine. But I'm very limited as far as chess are concerned because of my job and other duties. And when I have finally some free time, I just want to spend it with my girlfriend or friends than playing chess. But now I'm playing chess here too.
Okay. And
Sometimes.
tell me, do you do anything else? What else do you do in your free time? Do you like sports? Do you like
Sure, I do.
yeah,
Yeah,
football?
football, of course.
Yeah,
Watching.
Also,
Watching, especially watching. No, playing too.
who is your team? Your football team?
Arsenal.
Arsenal.
Arsenal, yeah.
Ah, we have some. They have some. We're not we. I'm not an Arsenal supporter.
Very good.
Some Polish players.
Who do you
Wojciech
support?
Szczesny.
Who do you support?
Chelsea.
I'm a Chelsea. Yeah, I'm
Wow,
a Chelsea supporter. Yeah.
awful.
Terrible. No?
Awful.
He won't come back anymore.
I know.
Shouldn't talk to you.
It's okay. It's all right.
Next time we will talk in Polish.
Next time we'll talk. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And good luck in the tournament. And come back. Because
I hope so.
It was
yes,
just a joke.
we'd like to come.
Okay.
We'd like you to come
Okay.
back. Okay. Thank you very much.
So okay,
Okay,
maybe
beautiful.
Yeah,
A real personality, huh?
yeah, he's very nice.
A bit of
guy.
a personality.
Yes, he is
He is a real personality.
certified lawyer.
Indeed. Lawyer.
Not yet certified, but lawyer.
We have another
Another
Polish
grandmaster.
star.
Yeah, another Polish star. Please welcome Grandmaster Dariusz Świercz.
Dariusz, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thanks.
We assume you won. We didn't see the finish, but we just, you know, you're a strong player, so we just think that you win every game. We can't load the game for the moment. Let's just get it up.
Yes,
Okay.
Here we are.
So you did win.
Yes, it was interesting game. I think I was better all the time since the opening because my opponent didn't choose the best move order in the opening, and then I took the advantage when I think I played quite well to win this game quite quickly, and he blundered at the finish. So.
We actually had this position in our
Yeah,
analysis.
but two moves earlier was interesting moment.
Yes.
When I played d4, c takes d4, c takes d3, and now I didn't know what to
How to
take
take?
with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen d3 or takes d3.
How long did you think here?
15 minutes, I think.
Do you know? Don't you think it's a little bit too much in this?
But it's the
In this
most
raid.
important position because
It's one of the crucial, yeah,
yeah,
for
it's
sure.
one of the most important positions in the game because now I choose the plan to take it with the pawn and then push d4 or play queen d3 and then something like bishop g5, rook d1, knight, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
92, 94, something like this, I don't know. But okay, it was very interesting because after queen d3 I wanted what I wanted at first to play. After queen d3, bishop e7,
Yeah.
and now some bishop g5 or something, castle, some rook d1 for example. And I didn't know what I thought.
How to improve it, yeah?
Okay, this for sure it's slightly better for white, but I wasn't sure how to continue.
Yeah, for
and I
example.
had this idea with some bishop b7.
Some bishop
maybe-
b7, yeah.
Maybe he can even sacrifice the moment and make some draw, I don't know. But the point is, after e takes d3, I like the position much more because now I want to push d4 and because I have much better development.
Exactly.
Now it's quite big advantage. I
So
think.
maybe-
And maybe before he had to play. No,
Before now,
yeah.
I would be, very. It's quite risky, I think, because my pieces are not developed very well, and I push the pawn, only
I
push the
know,
pawns, yeah.
But I know. Okay,
But-
bishop d6 is usual move. But before now, I must play knight e4. And maybe take, and some bishop e7. I wanted to play rook d1. I thought white is better because some problems with knight e5
Yeah, I have to play probably queen b6, yeah.
probably.
And
Okay, well, only one move left to
Yeah.
like to have normal position
Yeah.
because the castle. Okay, bishop e4 to play.
And queen somewhere, but where? On e6 maybe? On g6?
No, white's a lot better here, right?
Yeah, look at the
Yeah,
developments
it's
too,
better,
yeah.
but
Maybe-
maybe it's still not so easy. Okay, this was other option. I don't know if it's better, but after bishop d6 was in the game, d4 castle, and now I was thinking rook d1 or bishop g5. But I think rook d1 is better. Rook
Okay.
d1, queen c7, and now it was very interesting because I could have taken e5.
My move. I've seen it.
Queen e2?
Queen e2, yeah, we saw queen e2, yeah.
Yeah, queen e2 I like, but
That's a good move.
the other move was d takes e5, which was also very interesting,
Yes.
but I don't know, maybe also is huge. Knight e5, rook d6, I
Yes.
calculated. Now, if knight, I think knight f3 is better. Okay, probably white will be pawn up, but I wasn't sure if it's so great.
Bishop
Bishop
f3,
f3,
queen
queen
d6.
d6,
We were
bishop
calculating
f4.
it, yeah.
Queen b6, take, rook a8. Rook a8 now.
Oh, queen b8, it's white's move.
Yes,
Yeah, rook
a8.
a8, alright,
A8,
sorry.
Queen c7 and queen b3 I calculated. And I thought that I will take the pawn, but somehow I was not sure if
It's enough, yeah?
if it's enough. And too many exchanges, maybe he can escape in some way for a draw. And after queen e2 I saw that this is just crushing advantage. Because if e4, then knight g5 I can go. I wanted to play knight g5. And this position.
Yeah, just
Knight
take the
e4
pawn, yeah.
comes. I just take the pawn, and knight b5 is still hanging. And if he takes on d4, then knight b5 simply. So on this reason, it's
Yeah,
really-
exactly.
So queen c4 probably only move.
It's down, yeah.
I a little bit underestimated because I thought I'm just.
We had this
nearly winning.
position
Yeah,
as
we
well.
had
We
this
had this
position,
position.
I
We
thought
were
that I'm
watching
just
it.
nearly winning there.
Showing it.
Yeah,
in
we had this position.
Here.
Take,
Yeah, we had this.
take, knight d5, bishop f4, rook
Knight
e8,
d4 we had.
knight d4.
No, we
yeah.
had this.
And now bishop e7 was losing for sure.
Ah.
But bishop g4 he had to play, in my opinion. And still things were not so easy.
Mhm.
Rook e1.
Rook
and then
e1, knight d3
yes.
is the point.
Mhm.
And suddenly it's not so easy. But rook e1, I'm not sure if it's a good move, but I thought about or if f3, which I didn't like, or rook f1. I think I would play rook f1, which is very deep. But,
Yeah, very deep.
There is a threat bishop takes e5, and he
Nice.
has to move back bishop to d7. That would place some such position, some rook a7 or rook a6. I was considering these two moves, and I think white is clearly better.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Your knight on d4 and the pair of bishops in an open position is really makes an
Okay, but
advantage.
I mean it's still quite playable.
It's playable, yeah.
Losing for black.
And he
And
chose
for bishop
chose
b7, rook e1, and he probably missed rook e1 because now it's already lost.
Ah.
Because bishop g2 and bishop takes e5 intermediate
Ah,
move,
no,
Oh,
he's-
I understand.
Oh dear.
and rook a8 for example, and
Yeah.
bishop f6, and this is
So-
And back rank.
Yeah.
yeah.
So the worst, the last mistake was bishop b7.
Yeah, bishop g4 and much worse, but still playable.
So it was quite a convincing victory, feels.
A good win. Are you still a student?
Yes.
Finally,
Finally.
we got one.
What do you study?
I study economics in University of Economics in Katowice.
In Katowice
Yeah.
you study?
Because
So he's a host
Ah.
I live in this region.
in Silesia.
So,
Silesia.
But you play a lot of chess.
yes.
I see you in a lot of tournaments.
Yeah. Okay. It's my profession. I study. I'm first chess, and second thing for me is studying.
The second place.
Yes, but I try to combine these two things in my life, and I want to finish after some years these studies, and all the time playing chess and improving. That's
Okay.
my point and idea.
What's your aim in chess?
Okay, for the moment I want to get 27,
All right.
but in general I want to get to the elite.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So is it difficult to combine chess and your studies? Do you find it difficult?
Not so
No?
easy. No, I
You're
mean,
just-
not so easy. It's not so difficult. I mean,
Not so
Really?
Yeah, I think so. But okay, my last results were not so
Convincing,
great, let's say, when I started studying. But I don't think it's the main reason of this results that I started studying. It's not, I don't think it's the main reason. Maybe it's somewhere it disturbs a little bit, but I don't think it's main. I think it's different.
Some other.
Yeah.
All right.
And when is your... Obviously this tournament is very strong.
Yes.
Amazing, really. 14 Grandmasters, 5 International Masters. It's a big tournament. But what is your schedule? What is your schedule for this year? Do you have any other big tournaments? European Club Cup? Are you playing?
Unfortunately, I don't have team for European.
Oh, you don't
Club
have a
Cup.
team?
Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunately. Okay, my team in Poland. Maybe if we win this year Polish team chess championship, maybe we will go. But
Which will be quite difficult
but will
task,
be very
yeah?
very difficult task because such team like Vasco Katowice is very very strong. But
Yeah, actually the
in the
strongest
foreign leagues, okay, in Bundesliga there is this
Baden-Baden.
Baden, and I'm not in this team, so unfortunately I
Not
can't
yet.
go. Not yet. And in the Czech Republic with Marcin we're the same team. And
Oh, you're in the same team?
Yeah, for several years.
Uh-huh.
And we changed our team this year also the same,
Ah.
to the same one. So
Maybe next year in Czech Republic we will try.
We will do our best.
Yes.
Okay.
But other tournament I will play this year is Qatar Masters.
Oh, I think I will play there as well.
Really?
Yeah, I think I will
Yeah.
play. Sometimes I try to play. Not very good, but
You try, you say you try.
I'll try, you know, try and move. So Qatar is a very big open as well.
Yeah.
Okay, well look, good luck. Come back and see us if you have another good game. If you have a terrible
Only
Sure.
if you have a good game.
If you have a terrible game, you don't have to come.
Yeah.
But we would like to see you again, and good luck with the
Okay,
tournament.
sure. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thanks.
thank you, Darius. Okay,
All right.
some Polish stars.
Yes. Three in a
Amazing.
row. So let's get back to the.
Let's get back to the action.
We were here bishop e4, queen b6, and queen d2, yeah?
Yeah.
And now the very nice punch of f5.
Wow. Just blowing.
Yes, really, it's
Fantastic game.
fantastic move, yeah, f5. He sacrificed 2 pawns, yes?
Yes. Yes. 2 pawns, but look at the open lines you get.
Unbelievable, man.
This rook bearing down the e file. This bishop bearing down here. The queen. This bishop.
Knight on e5.
The
No,
knight.
it's
It's just every piece is working.
Look at white piece.
Yeah, and look.
Okay, you will not see them because of so many red colors on the screen, but here it's unbelievable. F5, yeah, I haven't seen it. F5. You cannot take with neither of piece because of knight F3, and the king is pinned. The bishop is pinned with a king. So it's F5 is really, and if you don't take, if you would like to come back, then F4. I just take a piece, and still your king is in the center.
Amazing. Yeah.
It's unbelievable, man.
Great game actually by Shugirov.
He shows why his rating is so high. King G7, I think.
We should mention White tried something, but it's
The last bell, I think.
and he tried to checkmate Black, but calm.
The kings come to the
The
front.
calm,
The return of a king.
and the king comes back, and yeah, and it's it's the end of the game here. White resigned. A rook is a rook, and the king is back on f8. So a really good game there.
Really, I'm really
Impressive
impressed.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really impressed. I was telling you.
What other results have we got? Well, Andrasian won. We saw that. On board 3, Shimanov's still playing. Let's go there. Rook takes d6 on move 24. Let's see if there's been any.
And rook c1.
And rook c1. This is the position on board 3.
How about the time? I'm also
And the
curious.
time. Well, it's going to be very short. 5 minutes versus 8 minutes.
It has begun.
It has begun. And what's going on here? Well,
I want to take on b5 with a knight. It's a threat.
so queen b6 or something.
Queen b6, yes. But I can take on a6 with a queen. And
Wow.
then bishop b5.
Wow. So takes. Maybe we just move the king. But we win a pawn, right?
Yes, we are pawn up, but of course this pawn isn't winning. I have to play b5 to develop, to
B5.
push it further.
I think white is okay here.
I think so too. I think f4 even is
Yeah.
no, it's not playable because of bishop c5. You cannot be. But bishop c5, yeah?
Bishop c5.
But instead of f4 you can play, for example, rook b1 just to have an opportunity to play b1, yeah? Now I want to play knight a4 and then f4, for example, and then push the pawn.
No, this is a serious advantage.
So, Shimanov may have
In
some
trouble?
some problem. Rook c1. Here it's maybe queen b7, just to protect the knight, the bishop with a rook. Also, although I have 2 pawns on f line, it protects all many important squares, f5 and d5. I'm talking from Black's point of view, yeah? And but it's, you know, your king is in the center still, maybe I'll, like, how should I play? Because after f4, for example, black can play knight d3.
Mm.
And the pair of bishops will start to do some harm.
Yeah. So,
Maybe even castling.
yeah.
Or you cannot. Bishop takes on d3, queen e2, and I will make a draw by perpetual check.
Or win.
Or win, yeah, by giving a mate.
Actually win.
With a rook f3, yeah.
So not easy for black.
Not so easy, yeah.
Not easy at
Queen
all.
b7, f4, knight, and f4, yes?
He played queen b7.
If he did.
Yeah.
And then queen a5, queen b7, and queen a5, Alright. Oh, if you just want to take a pawn on b5, check. I think black will have to castle his king.
And if knight d3, just kick rook cd1.
Yep. Probably.
You can take maybe.
And after knight, wait. Now I take on d6 at first, and then take with a knight on b5. My next move be play bishop. Oh, you cannot play bishop e7 because of knight c7. Yeah, you have to take, but still, I think not that Shimanov wouldn't be glad with that.
Something like this is not the end of the world, though.
I could exchange the queens.
Okay.
Here, yeah, and winning this position with black is extremely hard task to do. I'm not talking that white is or black is better, yeah, that white is better, but
It's difficult.
it's very, very difficult. All the pawns are on the same flank.
Yeah, and we can see Shimanov there. He
Mate,
castled.
yeah.
Very interesting. He just gave the pawn, and white played bishop takes b5.
How about taking with a knight and then rook b6? How does it fin? How does it end?
Rook b6.
Yeah, rook
C7.
c7, rook b5,
Bishop b5.
queen b5. No, I can't.
Rook e5.
Rook e7.
Rook e7. Queen a5. Pawn takes. Bishop takes.
Takes,
king
king takes,
rook
knight
a-
c6. For example, our rook a8.
And a draw.
And a draw should be
Most
offered, yeah?
probably, yeah.
Yes. Okay, but he took with a bishop on b5.
Yes.
Of course, it's not forced to play rook after knight b5. Is it obligatory to play rook b6 or not? After, let's look at knight b5. Yeah, is it obligatory? Yes, maybe rook d7 now. Yeah, because if not, I would play rook c7. It's quite interesting, I must say.
Very, very complicated.
Yeah, white.
The thing about this position, there is more chance for white going wrong, for making a mistake, than black.
Yeah.
White can lose a piece very quickly.
Yes,
in the,
yes,
you know,
yes, exactly.
all kinds of moves, and you know.
Yeah, rook b8, for example, it's
Rook
it's
A.
very unpleasant. Yeah, that's why probably he has taken with a bishop.
So bishop b5. And no.
He doesn't have to. How about rook b8 now?
He played rook b8.
I should have played in a tournament.
You should have played in the tournament.
Yeah, because I cannot take on a6 because I'll take with a rook and the queen is trapped. Yes, no free space for it.
So rook b8. What do you do?
I have to play bishop e2, I think.
Bishop e2.
Yeah.
But can we not do the same? Can we not take rook a6?
Probably
Same
we can.
thing, yeah?
No, queen c7. c5 is opened.
Ah.
Oof.
Oof.
Luckily. Luckily for white.
Yeah.
That's why the bishop e2 is the only move. But
No,
I,
he played.
of course,
He didn't play bishop e2.
what did he
He
play?
played f4.
Really?
Amazing.
No, I don't believe in it. f4 must lose somehow. I don't know how yet, but it's not good. Of course, I will have great advantage after taking on b5, for sure.
Yeah. Taking on b5 and then... Oh, we can't do that. We have to take.
Well, it was quite interesting.
Okay. I think
Actually, we can.
it come. I think it.
And then take with a pawn, yeah. But there might be
Rook c7.
king f8,
Knight. We haven't got
g4.
Knight g4. Never clear. Activity.
Yeah, the activity is really very high.
Yep.
So not so easy.
No.
All right, so let's get back to the f4. I think they made some moves. They made for sure. No, not
No.
really. Okay, 5 minutes left.
5
only
minutes left.
against 3. White has 3 minutes and black only 5. It's really... And no additional time after 40 or
No.
30 moves, so it's really gonna be really interesting.
Yes. This is where it gets good for the crowd like us. In other results, all of the favourites have won so far. No surprises in the women's section.
Let's go to the women's section.
Let's
We're
go.
still talking about men.
Yes. This is the position, was the position, in Lach versus Yixing Ding. She did play g6, and she went for this variation.
Bishop g5.
Rook d7. Feels like black has got some more control though, yeah?
Rook a e1.
Takes,
Right.
rook a1. But,
Yeah, I think I overestimated white's position. Although still, the pawn on g6 is really weak. Black would like to exchange the knights, but he cannot do it immediately because of after knight d6 I will play knight f6 check. So it's really interesting. What should black do now? And how about the time? It's also quite.
of course it is, it's crucial. 2
Mm-hmm.
minutes for Yixing Ding, and 3 minutes
And she
for
played rook c8.
Rook c8. What's that about?
Maybe just make a move. It's also not so easy to make a move
No,
in
of
such
course not.
a tense position. How about bishop f6?
Yeah, this is the move I thought. Knight e3 might, I don't know.
Alright, let's check it. Queen g6 and queen f7 is also quite no, isn't? Bishop g7.
But your knight is pinned.
Ow! Sorry. Alright, come on. Okay.
The problem is knight f6 would be a nice, even that isn't so clear actually. Even if you can play knight f6, king f8 is still
but it's quite
it's pretty. But
right. But let's get back to rook c8. What should I do? Look, she's got only 3 minutes left, and make such a decision always.
I think I would play just bishop c1. The bishop isn't doing anything on g5.
Yeah, it's just
attack g6 and say, okay, you can play rook c6.
But queen f3.
And now queen f3.
Still, you cannot do anything on the f line. Protect yourself on f line by here, because still knight f6 works or not. It doesn't work now after rook f7.
Knight f6.
Rook c f6. Oh, and my rook now
work.
is pinned
It does
on
work.
f7.
Mm.
It does work.
It does work.
Everything about
So
pinning.
queen f3.
But
And
queen f7 can be played now.
Yeah, queen f7.
Very interesting. Queen g4, for example, or just come back on g2. Yes?
could have a repetition. But I don't think we will.
No, I think
Well, she only has 1 minute left, Alexandra. She
Yeah.
needs to make a move soon.
yes. But she's playing
Wow.
in such situation. She's really
Amazing. On board 3, just to let everybody know. The favourite lost in this fantastic position she had. Amazing.
Isn't that?
Let's check. Yeah, it looks as though white is just... Wow.
Wow!
So Yvette
Holy
Garcia Morales
Unbelievable!
has
In
won.
such a great position, she
Yeah.
didn't manage to win. She,
No,
what's more, she lost this game
quite
because of very nice combination of bishop f6.
Yeah,
Yes?
we'll just go there.
No, I'm really astonished.
This is the move.
Yes.
Beautiful move.
Beautiful, yeah.
Take
Sure.
away defender, and then take away the last defender. And bishop f6.
Maybe-
This is the move she missed for sure.
Yes.
And the problem is, there's mate on h8, you have to take, and there's mate on h8 anyway.
Yeah, all right. But maybe I should have played here after bishop g5. I should
Bishop
have played
G7.
bishop g7, yeah.
Yeah. But okay, maybe we have a draw with white.
Bishop h6.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm winning because of bishop f8. No, bishop f6 I have to play, and after bishop...
Bishop f8?
No, with white I thought bishop f6 now. If white would like to play on win. But it
But
doesn't
it's
work.
black's move.
Yeah, I thought bishop f6 now, and bishop f8, but it doesn't
Oh,
work.
no.
No, it doesn't. I can take with any piece.
Yeah. No,
Actually.
bishop f8 doesn't work.
Protector. Maybe she didn't want to draw and she lost again.
Yeah. Very big win for the Mexican there.
Yes.
In other news, oh my God.
Claudia Coulon won a game.
Claudia Coulon won.
And let's look at the Anna Gashik game because
Anna Gashik.
either was it. All right.
Anna Gashik. This is the current. It's not the current position. Excuse me. We've had some moves.
King b7.
We've had a lot of moves. Bishop e2, king b7, b4, knight d7. Okay. Queen a4, a6. Rook d6. Dangerous. b5. Queen c2,
knight
knight
b6.
b6. But it looks as though Anna is getting organized. Queen d1, yeah. Rook g8. g3, bishop f8. And I think black is close to winning because
Yes.
she's an exchange up. And
I thought it would be more interesting, must say.
yeah. In the Shimonov game, let's go back there.
Yeah, it's much more interesting.
We had f4, move 28. Bishop d8, queen
Queen
a4.
a4.
And then knight d3. Bishop d3.
Bishop
Bishop
d3
d3.
and e5.
Well,
Still, it's not so. Oh, how about rook a6, queen e8, king g7? Or king h7 even. Just not to allow any check on f6. And my threat is to play bishop b6 now.
big threat.
But I don't know whether white can do anything against it. There's
Feels-
especially with that time.
yeah.
Unbelievably
Let's
fun.
check on the times. Shimonov 1 minute 56. Gale 1 minute 30.
And you are before rook a6, yeah, but I think it's the only move. It's a good move actually. Or maybe after knight, queen, rook a6, white will play queen d1, just
It's
to
also very interesting.
do something. Okay, how about
Yeah.
taking on f1, queen g4,
Yeah.
king f8, and what now?
Looks good for black, no?
Now looks good for black. The king is protected.
Yeah.
I will always have an f5 move,
Mm-hmm.
and no other check on g file will occur.
Yeah.
It's white move.
Oh, yeah.
So I have to take back, and now, for example, f5,
Yeah. Good
not
move.
to allow I'm not sure, but... And now king g8, just to come back to the safe place, yeah? And all
Yep.
pieces are in play. If white will not manage to think of anything, all right.
Ah, well, he played rook d7.
Really?
Yeah,
Curious why. Rook d7.
to block this queen e8, maybe. I'm not
Maybe.
sure.
Why was he so afraid? Rook f3.
Rook f3. I still prefer black.
Yes,
Maybe
for
the
sure.
move f5 here, just to consolidate, you know? Just to
Maybe not. You shouldn't close this diagonal. The bishop can be handy when defending. Maybe rook, bishop b6, just to put it in play. Or first exchange the pawns and then bishop b6. It's also tempting. If you take on f6, I will play bishop d4 and just take it back, and for sure my advantage will be.
I'm not sure I want to take on e5. The reason is if I take, for example,
Yeah?
take,
Oh,
take-
the fourth rank
Yeah.
opens, yeah?
yeah, I think I play
b4.
b5 immediately.
B4, yeah.
Yeah.
But here still rook d4, bishop
Ah, rook
d4.
d4. You still have.
Yeah, bishop, no, rook d4, I think.
Mm,
So it's for sure it's good for black.
yeah.
It's still not so easy, but I
It's
think
never
it's
easy.
all right. Something
He
happened.
played f5.
He played f5. You're better.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think that's the when you have 1 minute left, and you don't want to analyze these moves. I think now there may be a plan of going this. So you go bishop b6
Just
And-
to pin
and to pin, and then where does the king go?
h1, I think.
Yeah, and then we just need a route for this bishop. Maybe we go here. Threaten to take and bishop e4, but
It's
it
not
looks
really a
bit,
threat.
No,
It's not a
really,
big one.
It's not really
I don't
threat.
want to exchange it. I would take on b4 only, just to take pawn.
Knight cd1, bishop b6 is on the board.
It's extremely hard to play such a position.
Sure.
The threat is bishop e2 now, and then take on d1.
Yeah, black will win this, I'm sure.
No. Thank you.
I'm sure he's going to win this.
Yes. Okay. Okay, queen a2
Queen a2. Ah, just
against,
protecting
yeah. But I think bishop
bishop e4.
e4 and then rook cd bd8.
Mm.
Look, and all the pieces, all
Yeah.
black pieces will be in play. It will be, I think, too much.
With 1
rook
minute
d2
left. Yeah.
and rook d1. It's a threat, so
No, it's
both.
too much.
it's too much.
Yeah.
For sure it will.
It's
be.
too much, yeah?
For sure.
No, it's going to...
Queen a2, bishop e4. What else can you play? Nothing, actually. Always I will have some tactical possibilities with taking on d1 and then knight on e3 is painted on.
Bishop e4 played. Rook h3, is he going to play? Well, what else?
What else to do? Even sacrificing an exchange isn't enough. I'm sure that he will win in 3 minutes, not more.
I agree with you there. Let's just keep an eye on that. In the women's section... Wow,
Whoa, it's quite interesting.
amazing.
Okay.
This Alexandra Lach or Lach?
Lach.
Lach.
It's what's quite funny for me, for example, that Ukrainians used to call how are they called? They are nomads living in the territory of Ukraine. In Polish it's Kozak, but I don't know. I don't know the proper name in English. They called Polish people Lach, or the nation.
Lach,
Yeah, Lach was the name of in their language.
right?
So
Yeah.
she's Polish.
She's Polish. But
She's really Polish. Okay, let's look at her
yes.
position and at her, yeah? Now,
At
because
her, at her.
if only all my dreams came true so easily.
Okay, rook g2, rook d3,
Yeah.
and well,
Rook d4, okay. But still, there are no many pawns left.
I think White should just play rook e6 here.
Okay, but after rook e6, I can play rook f3, 8 f3, which can be quite dangerous for a king.
A threatening mate.
It's yeah. There is no protection against it. That's why I don't think rook e6. Can we come back? Yes, rook c6 maybe.
Oh, rook c6
Just to
hit the bishop.
And if you take on c3, I can always take on c5.
Rook c6, I think, was played.
Bishop a7, yes, exactly. And now just rook c7.
Actually, she took on g6.
Really? Why? Why didn't she play? Oh, and now after rook f3, she will go somewhere with a bishop. For example, on e7. No, not e7. Okay, d2. Okay, d2. I protect my pawn, and what's more, I protect g file.
And you put your rook on g4. Well, we got the game there. We can see Yixin Ding thinking, what's she going to do?
She took on c3, I think.
She took on c3.
Instead of rook g6, and what did she play? I think rook, yeah.
She took on c3.
How about bishop h6 met by
King
rook,
h7.
No,
no, rook g7.
But rook f7.
Yeah.
So it's not a good idea for white. But I would play
h5.
h5. Good move. She wants to exchange all the pieces. She fights for a draw for sure with white, because king h7 for sure will occur.
King h7. But maybe rook f5 is interesting as well.
And after h6, what's your plan?
I'm blundering everything now, right? No, she has to play king h7.
Yes, and she did.
She did it, yeah, okay. Now rook back to a6 maybe. Just to...
And then rook f5, or rook f5 now can come. That's why h5 wasn't, I think, a good idea, because the bishop is not protected.
She played rook
c6? Sorry,
no.
a...
Must have been rook a6.
Yeah, it was rook a6 probably. Bishop d4. Rook a6, bishop d4.
Very difficult position for white.
But still playable, I think. Rook a7? Maybe
well, bishop takes a7.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking of, having a rook on 7th rank. So. But what
Not easy.
about rook g6?
Rook g6.
Just come back there. It's a good place for. And now, yeah, run away.
What?
a5.
Oh my goodness, she played h6.
When? Whoa.
She played h6. Move 39.
Yeah, she did.
Ooh.
Whoa, I wasn't expecting it. How about rook f3? Rook 8 f3, which is done.
Yeah, she's just done it. She's losing control, Alexandra.
Yes, I think so too. I have to play bishop h4.
Yes.
G8. Still, it's not so easy for black to win, but...
But it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong for Alexandra.
h4, h5, f6,
yeah,
h6.
Too much.
Of course, it's a very... She's out of time.
Sure.
She's running out of time. It's, she's nervous. She's playing against top seed. It's easy to say now that I'm sitting here in the studio.
She played bishop h4.
Yeah. She wasn't sure whether she will play till the last hour of yesterday, because the number of players in women's section was odd. Yes, because I always make this mistake, odd and even. So it was odd. So she had an opportunity to play here, only because of that.
Right.
So yesterday, I think during about the midnight, she got a message that she will play. Okay.
Where does she live? Does she live?
In Krakow. She studies in Krakow.
Not so far.
Not so far away, about 60 kilometers, I think.
Yeah.
And there is a highway between Katowice and Krakow, so in half an hour you can be here. What is she thinking about?
What is she thinking about? I
what's
don't
her
know. How
opponent?
long has she got?
For sure, not much.
28 seconds.
28 seconds. Think farther, think farther. No, just kidding. Rook f4. Very nice move. Very nice move.
Oof.
Probably I have to play bishop e1.
Bishop e1, rook g4 check. Am I
Okay.
mating you?
Yes, you are mating me. King h2 and
Bishop
bishop
G1.
g1. Yeah, very nice one.
Yeah, that's... Ooh,
Not
not
here,
that
no,
one,
no, no.
but-
A little bit farther. So,
Oh, rook f4 was a very hard move to...
yes, that's why she was thinking of it.
Yeah. No, I think this is game over. I think.
Probably,
I
yes.
think so. Alexandra's got 20 seconds left. She has to find a move. Mm.
No, unbelievable. No, it's not possible to find any move.
She
H
took on g7,
7, but it's
but just rook h.
4 is
Even-
enough.
even
Even
rook
rook
G-
h4.
Even rook g4 would check.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes, gives.
Even rook g4 would check is.
Yes, and you cannot play on f1 because of the mate on
Right.
g1, yeah. And she did it.
Yeah, she's very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you take with check. You take on g7. No, it's just mate, isn't
Yes,
it?
exactly. How about other games in women's section?
Other games we have.
Number 4, no.
Marta Bartel did win.
All right. But
Uh,
let's look at the games which are not. We have no results yet. So, okay.
Okay, we have. In which section do you want to go? And yeah, she resigned.
Yeah,
okay.
she resigned. She gave up.
Yeah.
Maybe look at the men's section now.
Yeah, we've got Belus playing. Let's see if we can.
So the time control was also a big problem of Ola.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get the updated PGNs there for the men's and women's section. Shame for Ola there. She was doing
she
well.
was fighting as a lion.
She was fighting, but
But yeah, she was playing against really strong player,
of course.
and all the time she was standing not so bad, not so
Yes.
badly. But in my opinion, h5, h6 was a
Too much. Yeah.
crucial mistake. Was the last mistake.
Okay.
Not many games left.
In the game between Orek and Fominka, we don't have to look at this.
Yeah.
Black is a piece up with a winning
Yes,
position,
okay.
so she will win. This game is already decided. In Anna Gashik's game, totally winning. We
Yes.
don't have to one rook extra. No
I
problems.
think it would be. It's more than enough.
More than enough. And in this game between Belush, wow.
So probably he will manage to make a draw after taking on f4 and playing king b6.
Right.
What is more, black will have some problems.
Yeah.
But I can play king b6. I'm not obliged to play
No.
to take on f4
No.
because I can stop it on f2. So white can make a big surprise, I think.
Very possibly. And King b6 was played, f3 and bishop g3.
What
so,
should black do? Maybe king d5 just to king d5 now.
Okay, good take.
Take king c6.
G5.
Okay, knight
G7.
f4.
Knight f4.
But still king a7, a6, yeah? I can
King a7.
develop this position, yeah?
Very dangerous for black. Maybe Belus in trouble.
93 hit played.
93 played.
Yeah. After king b6. Instead of f3 and 45 move. No, f3, f3, bishop g3, knight e3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see.
I understand. He's going to play knight c4, take
Take on
f2,
F-
and
yes.
king f4.
Take
Let's demonstrate that. So king takes a6, knight c4, king b5, takes,
and
f2. Nice little drawing combination.
But still, it's some kind of surprise that after d3 playing against much better
Yeah.
player, you can make a draw.
Unbelievable.
I didn't believe it.
No. What about one of your guys, Tomczak,
Tomczak.
playing against Spalier?
I don't think it's good for him. He's exchange down.
Is Tomczak in trouble?
Yes, he's exchange down.
Just a whole exchange?
Yes, but
Wow.
okay, the h3 pawn is already lost, but still after, for example, knight e3, might be very unpleasant for white. I'm not sure whether knight e3 is good. Okay, knight e3, knight e7, which is probably better because I cannot take the c6 pawn after rook h6, yeah?
On
And
e7.
king h3
No.
and knight f5.
Wow.
I don't like it. What should he do? Maybe knight h4.
Knight h4.
Yes, just to exchange, because that knight on f5 is really a strong part of white's position.
I don't know. I find it difficult to believe. Ah, knight f5, rook h7,
Rook
knight
h7,
d6.
okay. Knight d6. Knight d6, nice move. And the bishop was really annoying. I just want to take it out of the board.
And play rook d3. So bishop e2 may be only move. And
Rook b1,
rook b1. Black is winning.
most probably, yeah.
I think you have to try some tricks, but not really working. Something like this, knight d4.
How about giving some more checks on h7, for example,
Yeah,
instead of knight d4?
yeah. Yeah, maybe some practical chances.
Some
but-
practical chances, especially with that time,
Yes,
1 minute 40 seconds again 50 seconds.
rook b1 on the board. So this is getting critical for Tomczak.
Mhm.
in
He wasn't
big trouble.
satisfied after the opening. I've seen him.
No,
I've seen his gestures that showed me that he isn't very satisfied with that.
no, this is very uncomfortable.
Mhm. What has happened then?
You played some move. What did
Yeah.
he play? Waiting for the refresh. Try and get that move.
Mhm. What is going on then? Rook b1.
We don't know the move. Okay.
I think from the camera we will not. One more Pole is playing Kacper Piorun, the next board.
Yes.
He's playing against very unpleasant
Yeah.
opponent. Oh,
Rook-
unpleasant opponent because he's playing against the player from China, People's Republic, and you know I don't want to be racist or something like that, but you can never know who are you playing against, how well does he play. Although his elo isn't very high, he can really play very well.
Well, I mean, this position is
He's winning for white.
for white, and he's 2200.
Yes,
you know.
as he's playing against really strong grandmaster. Kacper Piorun is very. Look at his game against, for example, Igor Henkin at the Bundesliga 2 years ago. It was really perfect one. So he's really he's also the world champion in solving.
Problem solving.
Yeah, exactly. Many Poles are.
Maths. For maths?
No, chess.
Oh, chess problem solving.
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe former because he's always beating with.
John Nunn, no?
No, not already. Piotr Murdzia, also from Poland.
Uh-huh.
They are really well known for it.
No, this
They
is,
they take every year they take the gold medal for Poland as a team in the team classification. So
no, this is probably losing.
yes,
right?
it's losing.
You put a knight on e4.
Yes, it's enough. But here I will play rook b7. There are some technical problems for white how to
Maybe
do it.
just
Yeah?
rook a2.
Rook a2, all right, and I will play some knight e4. Rook knight c2, for example, then. Of course, it's
Rook b7, rook a2, e4, knight c2.
It's still losing for black 3 hours.
You can never say this pawn is easily winning. No, this is start to move the H pawn. Very dangerous, the Chinese.
Yes.
We've seen at the Chess Olympiad they just won.
Yes, exactly.
They came second in the women's section.
They're really they have developed their chess abilities really.
The amazing thing with that as well is they left their 3 best players at home. They didn't even bring their best
Yes.
players. I find it amazing.
Just like in Guimaraes 2 years ago, they didn't want anybody else to be there, just 3 really hard players, tough players. Bu, who won the men's section, then in women they won the first place and the third. So really, every other nation put about 5 players or something like that. They put only 3, but very strong one, and they won this classification easily.
Yeah, no, they're just... Well, this should be winning. What do you think? I think it will go on for some time, so perhaps we should take a small break as we've been running for a while. We'll be back, though, with the final part of today's coverage in a few minutes. Piorun in trouble.
Tomczak in trouble.
Tomczak in trouble.
Poland in trouble.
Poland in trouble. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody, welcome back. This is the final part of today's coverage of the 13th World University Chess Championships. It's round 1, and it looks as though, Marcin, that your two guys have been given a lifeline. Unbelievable. In the game between Chen and Piotr in the time scramble, White played a horrible move here, played the move Rook C2, allowing Bishop B4.
Okay, but I can still play Knight C4 check and Knight D2. So it's not so, it's not so bad.
But what is this?
Why didn't he play F3 now?
Or F3 or something. But what is Knight C4? Sorry,
Rook D2. I don't understand it. I really don't understand that move.
Very strange.
No, still. Maybe Knight C4 check, King D5. I don't understand his idea.
No. Well, he didn't even do this. He took.
Yeah. Knight C4 check, yes or not? Jacek Tomczak made a draw, but it was also, he wasn't very sure about it.
Yes.
King D2, Rook B2, King E1, Rook A2.
This should be a draw.
Yes, but if White still plays so badly, can lose.
Unbelievable, Rook D2.
Rook D2, what for?
I know. I have no idea.
Maybe he touched the rook, but he had to make a move with it.
Maybe.
It's only possible solution, I think.
King E5.
King F1.
Ah. What is this?
King F1 now, King E5, check on G4. King F5, Knight E3, King F6, King G2, King E5. I think it was in the game.
Yeah.
Now White cannot win for sure. Black will try to do it, but still
it's not enough.
It's not enough, yeah. Why?
No, because the knight always comes to G4.
To protect the pawn, but then E3.
Yeah, so if you get the king to E1 maybe.
But Black will have, then after that, White will have to be prepared and have your, I thought having a king on G1, but you cannot because of King F3. So, but even after E3, I'll take with a knight and then go on H3, the pawn, and push the pawns. It's also very risky for Black because the king will be on the first round.
They're playing a lot of moves.
Yeah, they are.
This is basically the position we have.
They are adding some time.
They're adding some time, but okay, I think this will be a draw.
Yeah, I think so too, but luckily for Kacper.
Yeah. No, just incredible luck.
Rook D2? Come on.
What is this move? In the other game, amazingly, Tomczak drew, but he was in big trouble around here. We thought Black was doing very well. Some Knight D4 came. And he took this bishop.
Oh, because... How about Knight F5 now? Oh, I cannot.
Knight F5?
No, I was thinking about taking a bishop. But you cannot do it.
Yeah. No, so he took the easy option, the safe option.
Yeah. And let's just make a draw.
Just a draw. That's an easy draw.
So Kacper finished his game.
Yes.
I think it was a draw at the end.
And there was a draw in Peng versus
Piotr.
So all the games are finished.
Polish.
All the games are finished. Unbelievable save for Piotr.
Yeah.
Unbelievable save for Tomczak.
At the end,
yeah, in the end. One big upset on board 3 of the women's section. Yvette Garcia Morales beating Zhang from China. So that's about it for today, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We will be back at 9:30, I believe, tomorrow morning. That's 9:30 a.m. with round 2 of the World University Chess Championships. Before we go live again, remember to check out the Facebook page, YouTube videos and everything else that the organisers have managed to assemble, and have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow morning.